morning. Good morning. We got canceled yesterday on YouTube for using the C word, so we can no longer use. I wasn't using it personally. I was repeating what the other what they said to reference the story. But anyway, YouTube demonetized the video. It was too much. And it's so interesting because La Chola and some other people are like, they're saying that in some of these other countries, they use that word flippantly, you know? But in America, I don't understand. I don't understand. Maybe somebody could explain it to me. I'm not saying it's not offensive to the people that are offended by it. Hey, okay, I get it. I guess. But why is that what's worse than any other word? The fish tank word. Right? Why is that the worst word? Some of these people, it's on the level of using the N word. So, and in some cases, it's worse. It's worse than the N word, the C word. Why? I don't get it. I don't know. Yeah, the screen is black and dark, just like this case and trial. Boom! Oh, or that one. Okay, all right. I'm on the screen now. What's up, everybody? Welcome back. Another day, another trial. I still can't believe that this trial started in April and we're now in June, still going. Like, wow, Mamma Mia! And man, I've caught a lot of heat too with this trial on Twitter, but I've caught a lot of heat, and I've gone off too, and I've snapped sometimes. This trial is very divisive, as the word they like to say. Oh, it's just this is divisive. It's divisive. But I have no idea what the outcome is going to be. Really, no idea. The fish tank, that fish tank thing had me cracking up. Oh yeah, I haven't even opened Twitter today. Later on, when I get to it, I'll get to it. you know, what the interesting thing is with Twitter too is that I was like, you know what, I should monetize Twitter because I saw a lot of these people getting monetized. So I was like, you know what, let me monetize. But then I saw that the hardest requirement is that you have 5 million impressions within 3 months, right? You gotta have 5 million impressions in 3 months. I was like, damn. And I checked last night. Because I've been posting more. And I was like, let me. And I checked, and it says within a month, in the last 28 days, I got 3 million. 28. I'm gonna show you. Hold on. Oh, this one says 2 million. Well, where's the one that said 3 million? I guess it updated. It says 2 million. So I'm headed. Hopefully, I should be headed to get this 3 million. And this is all because of the Karen Reed stuff, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've been posting other stuff. 2 million impressions. Last night I said 3. Maybe something changed overnight while I slept. I don't know. But it's at 2 million. All right. So we're on the way to get monetized on Twitter. Yeah, the glare thing. I don't know, man. I have mixed feelings about it. I don't think I want to say too much because I don't know. That guy stuck up. He's one of the people, not the only one, but one of the people that stuck up for me when this crazy shit happened with Upchurch. But I do feel a lot of these people clutching the pearls about the C word. I get it's offensive, but what I'm saying is people that use that word all the time are somehow now clutching. Oh, how dare he! No, you say that word all the time. All the time. I mean, what? Yeah, me and Blair got into it a little bit on Twitter. I don't find it personal. I mean, we disagree. We went back and forth a little bit, and that was kind of it. I mean, I don't know if it's going to be more or not. He has more viewers than me on this story, and I've told him I'm happy for him. Salute. I'm glad you're getting the viewership. He's getting a lot of views. This trial for me is one of the lowest viewed trials I've ever covered. I almost was going to cancel it because I'm like, if the views are not there, why am I here? But now I'm invested in this shit. Now I'm invested. I'm invested in the case, and now I have to see it through. And honestly, the only I've told people this before. I think I said it yesterday. The only reason I actually can do this and be okay is because the memberships. But if it wasn't for that, bro, I would have to back out of the trial. Lowest and longest B12 said. Yeah. Yeah. We're back. Hear ye.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All parties having anything to do before the honorable
I need to clip that audio because we got to add it to the soundboard.
In the Norfolk Superior Court within and for the County of Norfolk, draw near and give your attendance. Shall be heard. I'd say the Commonwealth in this good court. Thank you. May be seated.
I appreciate it, Chico. Thank you. I hope you're doing good.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Chico.
All right, good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone?
Tim, thank you for the membership. I saw that this morning.
Anyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
You're right, Herbert. Every day I say it, and I still haven't clipped it.
Did anyone happen to see, hear, read anything about this case since we got tested? Everyone said no.
So today we have Tully. And by the way, good morning to the Facebook people too. I really appreciate you guys coming through. The Facebook platform is weird. It really is weird. Like, I don't know. Not the people there. I appreciate the people supporting me. The platform itself, like, you can't, like, it's just so weird. There was a video the other day. The trial was like 60,000 views, and like it made like nothing. Like I don't know. Facebook is so weird. Tully. Oh, well, Lally, but Tully's testifying. Tully, let me get him on the screen. Tully is one of the few people that seem like a credible witness compared to all these other witnesses.
Good morning. Again, if you could just please state your name and spell your last name for the juror.
Brian Tully, T-U-L-L-Y.
Tully.
Now, Lieutenant Tully, you were testifying yesterday. You were testifying in some part about
that's true too, hoax. A lot of people are.
A search that you that you did in conjunction with the CERT team at 34 Fairview on January 29, 2020. Right?
Yes.
And at any point in time, did you or any other member of your unit?
Marie, I'm going to pause it the one time and I'll let it go after. But Marie said, Mel, some YouTubers make sure to stack their cards in their favor for making controversy. I literally saw, why am I not on the screen? I literally saw somebody that knows somebody that says a YouTuber feels differently about this case, but because they know it's bad for business, they're putting out a whole different front. And I totally believe it. So I wouldn't be surprised. There's some people there, they have to go with whatever the main thing is, because if not, they're going to lose viewership.
Conduct any search of the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
No.
And why not?
We had no reason to believe there'd be evidence found within the home of 34 Fairview Road.
Now, Lieutenant, if you could you inform the jury a little bit about sort of search warrants as far as residences go and what is required in Massachusetts for you to conduct a search warrant?
Objection.
So we haven't heard the question. Let's hear the question.
That was the question. I'm sorry.
I thought it was you informed the jury about search warrants and then what?
if I interrupted
Did you
you,
complete your question?
Let me check on my
I
Facebook.
did, Your Honor, yes.
Okay. So it's sustained then?
thank you.
As far as, Lieutenant, over the course of your career, you've conducted search warrants of people's residences, correct?
Yes.
And what do you need to do then?
A search warrant, consent, or exigent circumstance.
And as far as a search warrant is concerned, what
Dave.
what is needed or what is necessary in order for you to get a search warrant?
Objection.
Jody, tell Timmy to be quiet.
Oh shit. Who's be quiet?
So
You said Timmy?
I'm going to allow him to build a foundation here. So the objections are ruled.
As governed by the Fourth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution and Article 14 of the Massachusetts Constitution, law enforcement is required to get a search warrant if we're going to invade someone's privacy. In order to obtain a search warrant, I need to gather facts that I swear an oath and affirm that are true and accurate, that there is probable cause, which means more likely than not that a specific piece of evidence will be found in a specific location and it's related to a crime. So I need to check those boxes in order to obtain a search warrant through the trial court.
And what, if any, information did you have related to specific evidence of a crime in relation to the interior of the residence of 34 Fairview Road?
I didn't have any. When thinking about residence and search warrants and evidence, I need to put the evidence inside the house. And so I don't believe that Mr. O'Keefe entered the home. So I had no nexus to the house.
And what, if any, evidence did you have that Mr. O'Keefe had ever entered the home at 34 Fairview Road on January 29th or on any other day?
I don't. On the contrary, I have evidence that he was outside, but I don't have anything putting him inside the residence.
Now, you're aware that, or you testified yesterday, that at some point while you and the search team were conducting the search at 34 Fairview, that Sergeant Mechanic and Trooper Proctor were following a tow truck with the defendant's vehicle from Dighton to the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes.
And in reference to taking the vehicle to the Canton Police Department, how was that decision arrived at? What, if any, discussion, or what, if any, other options do you have?
So Sergeant Mechanic and I had conversations. It was ultimately my decision of where the vehicle was going to go. And so we need to find a location that was secure, indoors, and preferably heated. And so we start going through checklists of what's available. So you start thinking, obviously, of state police facilities. So between Dighton and Canton, where our office is as well, you have the Foxborough Barracks, which was, I worked out of the Foxborough Barracks. The garage was probably not appropriate for that large vehicle to get in there. It's an old building. I worked at the State Police Barracks in Milton. That's even worse, with a smaller garage that's attached inside of an older building. So the Canton Police Department was the next step. It was kind of checked all those boxes. It was inside, it was secure, and it was heated.
Now,
That's what I wonder. What evidence are they going to pull from John's phone?
over the course
As far as, like,
of,
whether he was in the house or not.
career,
Will that kill the
specifically
whole
within the
thing? Conspiracy?
within the homicide unit of the detective unit of the
Vivian,
District
thank
Attorney's
you.
Office.
Thank you
Approximately
so
how
much.
many investigations have you led or been a part of in relation
That's really kind
to,
of you. Thank you so much.
Let me first ask you this: as far as your unit is concerned, how is it that, from a staffing perspective, how is it that an investigation is conducted as far as certain roles, or can you speak a little bit about sort of the roles that different people within your unit play with reference to an investigation, just in the general sense?
Within the unit, we have different sections. We have the homicide section, narcotics section, and special investigations. So each is kind of broken up into that. Obviously, the homicide section will undertake homicide investigations, but we work as a team. So there'll be situations where you may need an all hands on deck just to get some people out there. So the narcotics folks will help with homicide investigations and vice versa. The homicide people will help with narcotics investigations when needed.
Your Honor, may I just have a moment?
Yes.
Kim, good morning. Thank you. Rise and shine. Let's see what today brings. We got Telly on the stand. Let's see what the cross is going to do. Telly is like one of the maybe the second person I've seen that seems credible as far as like not having a bunch of weird
Now,
BS.
specifically when it comes to death investigation.
I want to hear the
someone
voicemail
signed
too.
as what's
The
called
John
a case
voicemail.
officer,
When do we
is
hear
that
that?
correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what the role of the case officer is and what, if any, other sort of supervision there is with reference to that case officer?
The case officer is essentially the central collection point for the investigation. So they are the person that would gather the evidence, the records, hold those records, and then somebody needs to be held accountable for a to-do list or something to do. Supervisor would go to that one person, as well as the district attorney's office would know who to contact about a certain case, and then we'll go from there. Obviously, that case officer usually is a rank of trooper, especially when you're talking about unattended deaths. They have a sergeant and 2 lieutenants that are supervising them in that realm.
And as far as interviews are concerned, what, if any, sort of policy is there with regard to troopers and how many would be involved in the interview of any witness?
We would always have 2 people present, either a trooper and a local detective or 2 troopers. Just one ask questions, one take note taking. It's just good practice.
And with respect to this investigation, the locals, as far as Canton Police Department, was not something that you utilized, correct?
Correct.
And again, I know you testified a little bit about it yesterday, but if you could just reiterate or expound upon sort of what your discussions were with the chief as far as Canton Police Department's involvement in this investigation going forward.
GPs
following
of John
the early
phone
morning
show.
hours
He
of
never
January
entered the
20th.
house. Also, their angry voicemail from Karen.
Beatson,
Not
thank you so
sure
much.
if the voice's mail will come in.
Thank you so much for the 5. I did hear that too, that supposedly John's GPS doesn't time to being in a house. That's supposed to come up. I'm very curious about that. We'll see.
Our conversation circled around in the early hours about the homeowner of 34 Fairview, which was Brian Albert, has a brother, Kevin Albert, who was a detective with the Canton Police Department. And so where we were, we had essentially zero information about the investigation. We wanted to remove any appearance of conflict by not having Kevin Albert or any of his coworkers involved in the investigation.
Was that in the investigation in its entirety or the interviewing process, or how was that sort of delineated, if at all?
Definitely no interviews. They were not involved in any discussion. Essentially the entire investigation.
And as far as the case officer is concerned, is the case officer someone who, particularly in a homicide investigation, is as far as a decision regarding charging, is that something that the case officer would be tasked with?
No.
Now, turning your attention back to your testimony yesterday, there were items that you had retrieved from search on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
And as a precursor, if I could ask you sort of, over the course of your career, specifically within the homicide unit with the district attorney's office, about how many death investigations, homicide investigations have you been involved?
I would say in excess of 600 unattended death investigations that I personally investigated. That's not counting those phone calls the calls I end up declining that I'd mentioned yesterday. In addition to that, I probably have either worked or supervised 75 homicides. And then getting back to the unattended deaths, I've supervised countless since I've attained the rank of trooper and sergeant and lieutenant.
And with respect to your training and with respect to your experience, how many of those investigations have involved injuries which included abrasions?
Probably 10 to 20% of them.
And if you could, at least from your understanding, if you could explain to the jury what your understanding of what is an abrasion.
Objection.
Sustained.
Abrasion? Maybe he's not an expert in that field. That's why they're telling him.
With regard to the items that you recovered on January 29th, there was one piece of clear plastic you testified yesterday had something that you termed as stippling on the outside, correct?
Yeah, I may have used the word dimples, but yeah.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, at some point, did you have occasion to view photos of Mr. O'Keefe from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes.
And with regard to the items that you recovered, what, if any, significance did you observe between those items and the injuries that you observed to Mr. O'Keefe?
The injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, I noticed the abrasions had a certain pattern on them. And I know that when a blunt force object is involved in causing an abrasion, the characteristics of the object that comes in contact with a person will often leave the characteristics on that person in the form of an abrasion.
Sorry, guys.
And with respect to this specific case, as far as any items recovered on January 29th and your observations of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you observe of any significance in relation to that?
I'd be comfortable in saying that the marks on Mr. O'Keefe are consistent with
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention two other members of your units are troopers by the name of Trooper Dunn and Trooper Moore, is that correct?
yes.
And on February 2nd, 2022, are you familiar with them retrieving some video in relation to this investigation?
Yes.
And specifically from the town of Canton, did they retrieve video from there?
Yes.
And specifically, what location did they retrieve video from?
From the Canton Public Library at 786 Washington Street.
And are you familiar with them speaking with a gentleman by the name of Mr. Jutras?
Yes.
And he's an IT person with the town of Canton.
He is.
And as far as the timestamp with regard to the video that was retrieved from the Canton Public Library, what, if any, information do you have in reference to that?
Whenever we retrieve video, we want to ensure the timestamp is accurate, as we've learned, businesses are not always great about updating the timestamp, so that's always top of mind when we collect video. Mr. Jutras ensured us that the timestamp on the video was consistent and in real time.
Now, the following day of February 3rd, you familiar with Trooper Moore retrieving some additional surveillance video?
Yes.
And where did he retrieve that video?
From Temple Beth Abraham in Canton at 1301 Washington Street.
Now, as far as those two locations, as far as the Canton Public Library and the Temple Beth Abraham, are you familiar with where they are in relation to each other?
Yes.
Both located on Washington Street, is that correct?
Yes.
And about how far away from each other are they?
About a mile and a half.
Now, with reference to the Temple video, what, if any, information did you receive in regard to the timestamp on that video?
That was also accurate.
Now, from each of these respective locations, what time frames was Trooper Moore in one instance and Trooper Moore and Trooper Dunn in the other instance? What time frames of video did they retrieve from each of those respective locations?
From 12 a.m. midnight to 1 a.m. and from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m.
And why was it that those were the time frames, based on what you learned to that point in the investigation, why were those the time frames that the troopers were looking for?
We had reason to believe that those were the times that Miss Reed's vehicle was traveling in and around that area.
So, some of the things that I've seen online is
a little bit more in a
crazy.
moment, but as
It's
far
crazy.
as
I've heard this. I don't know, man. I was told that there's some people. When I say some people, there's one person. I don't know about other people that flat out think Karen did it and she's guilty, but are lying to their audience because they know the audience wouldn't like that. I'm just like, why should you? Why would you have to just be honest and disagree or whatever? Like, but why lie? That's just crazy to me. I don't know. I just saw a message now. I don't know.
reason to believe that
It's just crazy.
Ms. Reed's vehicle was
Be honest about
traveling
it.
in
Fuck
the
it. Why
area
lie?
around those times. What, if any, information did you have to?
I'm gonna be good. I'm not gonna
say
say nothing.
We had statements and video from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, also on Washington Street, a little bit further down, and the car departing in that direction. We had information about a car that matched her description arriving at 34 Fairview at a certain time, shortly before 12:30 a.m. And so, like we always do, we do out a video canvas and look for video cameras from that first known point, which would be the Waterfall Bar and Grill, to the residence of 34 Fairview. And then from there, from 34 Fairview to One Meadows Ave, which was the home of John O'Keefe.
In reference to the morning hours between 5 and 6 a.m., the later morning hours between 5 and 6 a.m., what, if any, information did you have in relation to Ms. Reed's travel at that time?
So we had learned through interviews that she was calling people as early as 4:45 in an effort to locate Mr. O'Keefe, and a statement that she had left the house shortly after 5 a.m. We then know that she arrived at the McCabe residence on Country Lane after 5:30. So we're trying to account for the movements of the vehicle for that 30-minute block.
Now, in reference to phone calls, you've had occasion to review information related to the defendant's phone?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that about 4:45 in the morning, she made phone calls trying to ascertain, or allegedly trying to ascertain the whereabouts of Mr. O'Keefe. Is that correct?
Yes.
Prior to those 4:45 a.m. phone calls, were there other phone calls that the defendant placed?
Yes.
And to whom did she place those calls and about what time?
Starting at 12:33 a.m. to 6:03 a.m., there were 53 phone calls from Ms. Reed to a phone number associated with John O'Keefe.
And in addition to those phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, what, if any, other calls did the defendant make prior to those 4:45 a.m. calls?
There were phone calls to her family members, to Jennifer McCabe, Kerry Roberts, Camaranos. Those are the ones that are off the top of my head. I have the notes in front of me if I want me to refer to them.
You all right to witness bank?
Yes.
Tully, Brian Tully. Testify.
Would you like me to continue, ADA Lally?
Yes, please.
After 6:03, when Mr. O'Keefe was found, there are a number of calls to members of John O'Keefe's family.
No, the phone calls to family members of her own, the defendant's family members, those were specifically to her mother and her father, is that correct?
Yes.
And did those phone calls precede the phone calls to either Ms. McCabe or Ms. Roberts or anybody else earlier that moment?
On the call detail records, they don't appear, but I know the phone dump has other information.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Lieutenant, turning your attention back to the videos we were speaking about, showing you a disc, just asking you if you recognize that.
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It is surveillance video from Temple Beth Abraham.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to seek to introduce the minutes of the next exhibit.
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibit 572.
572.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you another document. You recognize that, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It is a map I created with icons of the town of Canton.
And how did you create that map, sir?
Using Google Earth as the mapping software, I placed icons on locations within the town of Canton that are relative to this investigation to provide better context and illustrate the area that we're going to be discussing.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to seek to introduce the minutes of the next exhibit.
No objection.
Thank you. Exhibit 573.
And Your Honor, may I return exhibit 573 to the witness?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish that to the jury at this time.
Yes.
All right, what we got? What's the map?
Lieutenant, do you have the laser pointer there before you? Okay.
I do.
So using that laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to the icons that you inserted in reference to various points of relevant locations, as well as any sort of route to travel or roadways depicted in this particular.
So each icon is a house-shaped icon that I placed at different locations. The first one is red in color. It denotes where 34 Fairview Road is. Starting at the bottom, there is a pinkish color one that is the location of the Waterfall Bar and Grill. Just north of that, you'll see a brown one, which denotes the Canton Public Library. Following up this street here, which is Washington Street, you'll come to Temple Beth Abraham, which is denoted by the blue icon there. And then off to the right is One Meadows Lane with the green icon.
Now, as far as, and if you could just use that laser pointer again to know where the temple is.
It is the blue icon in the center of the map.
Now, as far as where the temple is located in reference to specific roadways, it's, you mentioned, located on Washington Street, correct?
Yes.
And so what, if any, roads intersect with Washington Street around the location of the temple?
All day today, guys.
Chapman Street is the street that runs in this direction towards Washington Street. So, again, the Washington Street is this street here. It continues and stays Washington Street as it turns slightly east in that direction.
And as far as available points of directionality or ways to travel roadways from the area of the temple, it intersects in the area of Dedham, is that correct?
Yes.
And so as far as available routes of travel from the temple to 34 Fairview, if you could note those on the map.
If one was at the temple and were to travel to 34 Fairview, you could continue up Washington Street, take the left onto Dedham Street, which is that street you just mentioned, a left onto Cedar Crest, and to enter that neighborhood down here. One could take a left and come down Chapman Street and take the right to enter the neighborhood in that direction straight onto Fairview Road.
And if you're approaching sort of from the Chapman Street side of Fairview Road, as you come down Fairview Road, which side of the road would 34 Fairview be on?
Left.
And similarly, if you're approaching from the Cedar Crest side of Fairview Road and you turn on Fairview Road, which side of the street would 34 Fairview Road be on?
Right.
Thanks. Now, with respect to each of these videos, as far as the Canton Public Library video and the Temple video, these are exterior cameras, is that correct?
Yes.
And sort of orientation-wise, where do they focus on or where are they pointed at?
The ones that we focused on were the ones that captured Washington Street.
Now, are you aware of another location right around the area of the Temple Beth Abraham called Cassie's?
Yes.
And that's essentially like a convenience store, is that right?
Yes.
And were you able to, you or other troopers able to retrieve video from that location as well?
I don't believe so.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish a portion of the video from the Canton Public Library, which is marked as Exhibit 110.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, from the first video, and from the time on the video, I'd ask you to go to about 12:50.
I'm sorry, 15 or 50?
50, 1-5. Now, again, for orientation purposes, Lieutenant, if you could, using the laser pointer, just describe to the jury sort of what we're looking at here directionality-wise and what you observe in this video.
The main street in the video is Washington Street. The Waterfall Bar and Grill would be off to the right-hand side, and Temple Beth Abraham would be off to the left. The intersecting road we're looking at here is Sherman Ave, I believe.
And if one were to take that right, if you're coming from the right of the screen to the left of the screen on Washington Street heading towards Sherman, and you were to take that right on Sherman, where does that take you?
You would head towards the neighborhood that One Meadows Ave resides.
Now, were you also able, over the course of the investigation, did you have occasion to look at surveillance video from the Waterfall Bar and Grill itself?
Yes.
And from that video, were you able to determine a time at which Mr. O'Keefe was leaving from that establishment?
Yes.
And what, if any, observations as far as time, or what, if any, observations did you make as far as what Mr. O'Keefe was doing or had with him when he left the lot?
When he left shortly after midnight, he was holding what appears to be a clear glass container.
And do you recall which hand he was holding it in?
His right.
And specifically, that was about 12:11 a.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, I'm going to ask you to press play here and then pause again at 12:15:58. Now, looking up at the screen now where it's paused at 12:15:58, Lieutenant, what, if anything, do you observe there?
I observe a large black SUV here on Washington Street.
And the large black SUV that you observed, is that consistent with what you've observed of the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury, as far as when I asked Ms. Gilman to press play, what is that vehicle going to do?
It's going to continue north on Washington Street through the intersection on Sherman and continue north on Washington Street.
And what, if anything, is sort of in that directionality as it continues off of the screen to the left?
Be heading towards Temple Beth Abraham.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Ms. Gilman, you can pause it there. Now, with respect, Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish portions of the Temple video.
Yes.
And just as a continuing, my intention would be to sort of go back and forth if that's all right with the court.
Okay, yes.
I have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I should play this out a little bit better. I'm looking for 12:17. That would be second to last one there.
And if you could pause there, thank you. Again, for orientation purposes, Lieutenant, if you could describe using the laser pointer there as far as what we're looking at in this particular camera angle and shot, and as far as the roadways that you observe.
This is an exterior camera from Temple Beth Abraham at 1301 Washington Street. Where it's paused now at 1201, I believe is the timestamp, you see a vehicle here. That vehicle is traveling on Washington Street. We are now on the other side of Washington Street looking at it than we were from the library. So the south and towards the waterfall and the library would be off to the left. North would be off to the right.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could fast forward to 12:17. If you could pause it. Now, as far as the time concerns, the video from the prior video from the library was about 12:15 a.m. when you saw the vehicle consistent with the defendants pass by that location.
Yes.
And so as far as this time that's up here now, approximately 12:17 or so, or somewhere within that minute between 12:17 and 12:18, is that consistent with the time it would take to travel from where the library is on Washington Street to where the temple is on Washington Street?
Yes.
And from this particular time period around 12:17, between the minutes of 12:17 and 12:18, what, if anything, did you observe with reference to, of significance with reference to this investigation on this portion of this video?
At approximately 12:17 and 56 seconds, you'll see a large black SUV travel from left to right on the screen, which would, again, would be northbound.
And again, left to right on the screen, just for orientation purposes, what is in the direction from left to right on the screen as far as of any significance to this?
As you continue north on Washington Street, you would, I believe the next intersection on the left is Dedham Street, which one could take to get to 34 Fairview Road.
You guys got the line on these? And I would ask you again to pause at 12:17.
Yes, or bear. The last 2 days I haven't been following the fast. Okay. So this is 12, what? 12 in the morning? And what are they just showing? That she's driving, I guess? To the, what, to the house? No, Mustard, don't laugh at me. I'm into those dogs.
And again,
There
Lieutenant,
it is.
directing your attention to the screen, and if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this portion of the video at 12:17:56 from the temple.
A large black SUV traveling northbound on Washington Street.
And the large black SUV, is that consistent with the large black SUV that you observed in the prior video, Exhibit 110 from the Canton Public Library?
Yes.
Is that also consistent
Library
with
video.
what you observed as far as your personal observations of the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
Someone, if you could please press play.
So it said that library video SUV was seen 12:15,
Someone, you can pause that. Take that
Temple
down, please.
12:17.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you for the Canton Public Library video again. And from this, I'm going to ask for from the second video. Now, Lieutenant, direct your attention to up on the screen. This is the Canton Public Library video again, Exhibit 110.
Yes.
And as far as this is the time frame that you were talking about before, between 5 a.m. and 6 a.m. that Troopers Dunn and Moore retrieved from Mr. Jutras, correct?
Yes.
And with reference to, as far as the conditions outside at this particular time between 5 and 6 a.m., what, if anything, do you observe in this video?
The ground is now covered in snow.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward to about 5:11 a.m. and pause it there.
Oh, okay. So the other video, I don't think showed her vehicle, but this one does.
Now, Lieutenant, from this portion of this video from the Canton Public Library, what, if anything, of significance did you observe in this portion of the video relevant to this investigation?
You observe a large black SUV take a left from Sherman Street onto Washington Street, heading south.
Bob, thank you for the 5.
And
Appreciate
as far
that.
as the directionality from where that vehicle came from and the directionality where that vehicle is headed toward, what, if any, of the locations of significance are located in those areas?
So again, Sherman Street or Ave goes straight to One Meadows. So if one were to travel from Meadows Ave, the residence of John O'Keefe, to this location here, you would come down Sherman and you could take a left onto Washington Street to head south.
And as far as south on Washington Street, again, off to the right of the screen, what, if any, locations of significance in this case are located in that direction?
The Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Now, as far as the black SUV that you observe in this video, is that consistent with the black SUV you observed in the Temple video from 12:17 a.m.?
Yes.
Is it also consistent with the black SUV that you observed in the library video from 12:15 a.m.?
Yes.
And is it
What
also
you eating
consistent
good,
with the
sir?
defendant's black SUV?
Yes.
Now, with reference to, are you familiar with Mr. O'Keefe's home having Ring cameras affixed to it?
Yes.
And are you familiar with a video from those Ring cameras depicting the defendant backing the black SUV out of Mr. O'Keefe's garage at approximately 5:07 a.m.?
Yes.
And from that, as far as distance or time it would take to travel from Mr. O'Keefe's residence to this intersection covered by the Canton Public Library, from 5:07 to 5:11, now depicted on the screen, is that consistent with the time it would take to drive that, particularly given the conditions?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could please press play.
She's driving back from the direction of the house.
Ms. Gilman, if you could pause that. Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could fast forward to about 5 minutes.
12 in the morning.
I'm sorry, 15 and 30 seconds. Pause there, please. Now, Lieutenant, between these timeframes of 5:11 a.m. and 5:15 a.m., at any point in time, do you observe the black SUV traveling back in the other direction?
Yes.
And specifically, around 5:15 and 51 seconds, what, if anything, did you observe on this video of significance or relevance to this investigation?
A large black SUV will appear on the screen on the right-hand side and travel to the left-hand side, which again would be traveling north on Washington Street.
Now, as far as, again, directionality, north on Washington Street to the left of the street would be towards the temple, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as the operation, as far as directionality is concerned, what you observed in this area from 5:15 a.m., is that consistent with what you observed on the Canton Public Library video earlier at 12:15 a.m.?
Yes.
And again, as far as the black SUV that you observe in this, it's consistent with all the other black SUVs you observed in the video and the defendant's vehicle, right?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
It's 5 in the morning.
You can pause there.
Whoa.
And Lieutenant, if you could, using the laser pointer you have before you, direct the jury's attention to where you observe the black SUV.
Here on Washington Street near the intersection.
And again, using that laser pointer, if you could just indicate to the jury as far as directionality where this vehicle is going to head on this vehicle.
North would be to the left-hand side of the screen towards Temple Beth Abraham.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play again. And if you could pause there, Ms. Gilman, you can take this one. Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for the Temple Beth Abraham video again. And Your Honor, may I have just one moment?
Lundy
Yes.
said, let me see the license plate. We don't know that, sir.
Yes. You can pause there, Ms. Gilman. And for the record, this is from the Temple Beth Abraham video. This is from the period of 5:10 a.m. to 5:20 a.m., which is the second video listed down within those. Now, Trooper, with regards to this video, at some point around 5:18 a.m., what, if anything, did you observe of significance or relevance to this investigation from that period of the video?
A large black SUV travel left to right on the screen.
And again, as far as directionality, where would that vehicle be coming from and where would that vehicle be heading toward?
The left side of the screen would be in the direction of the Canton Public Library and the Waterfall Bar and Grill. Off to the right, again, would be the intersection with Dedham Street, which one could take to 34 Fairview.
And as far as directionality, with reference to the earlier video from 12:17 a.m. from the Temple Beth Abraham, is directionality consistent in this video with what you observed at 12:17 a.m.?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could play from 5:18.
5:18. Okay, let's see. Temple again. So
Good pause it there.
there. Oh, okay.
And Lieutenant, what, if anything, do you observe in this portion of the video relevant to this investigation?
A large black SUV traveling north on Washington Street.
And again, is that large black SUV that you observe here consistent with the large black SUV you observed in the prior videos and also consistent with the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could please press that play again.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back up. Now, excuse me, Your Honor, if I could just have a moment.
Sure.
Now, Lieutenant, through the course of your investigation, are you familiar with what time it was that the defendant, approximately what time it was that the defendant arrived at Ms. McCabe's home?
5:35, approximately.
And Ms. McCabe's home is located on Country Lane, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, from the directionality of that vehicle in the 5:18 a.m. Video, as far as timing is concerned, 5:18 to about 5:35 or so, is that consistent with the time it would take to drive from that area of the Temple Beth Abraham to Ms. McCabe's residence on Country Lane?
No, not if you were to drive directly there.
And so to that point, as far as what about that time doesn't match up? Is it too short, too long, or something else?
It would take you much quicker to get there. It's about 1.5 miles from Temple Beth Abraham to Country Lane. You would continue north on Washington Street and just take a left into the Country Lane neighborhood. So the time to travel 1.5 miles.
And from sort of the distance between either that Temple video and either 34 Fairview Road or Country Lane, were you able to find, locate, or retrieve any surveillance video in those areas that would capture the vehicle?
No.
Now, as far as you had mentioned earlier in your testimony when we were talking about the earlier 12:17 a.m. Portion from the Temple Beth Abraham video, the directionality of that black SUV, both in the 12:17 and the 5:18, where is Fairview Road in relation to the directionality of the SUV that you observed?
That SUV could take a left onto Dedham Street and then a left onto Cedar Crest to enter down to Fairview Road.
And from your knowledge of the area as far as travel is concerned, would from 5:18 to about 5:35 or so, would that allow for sufficient time to go from where it's viewable on the Temple Beth Abraham video for the vehicle to then travel to 34 Fairview Road and then travel to 12 Country Lane?
Yes.
Now, I believe you had mentioned earlier in your testimony that at some point there were call detail records that were obtained in reference to the defendant's phone.
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury as far as, let me ask you this first, with regard to call detail records and with regard to phones in general, what, if any, specialized training have you received or have you given in reference to those areas of focus?
I've received over 200 hours of training relative to obtaining and using call detail records and cell phone data in furtherance of criminal investigations. Most recently, I've given talks and seminars about the topic, and I've testified in numerous courts around the Commonwealth about the topic.
Now, can you explain to the jury sort of call detail records, what they are and how you would use them as far as utility in generally speaking in reference to investigation?
Call detail records are business records held by cell phone companies, specifically to this matter, that are created in the normal course of business. Typically, you would think about in a billing context. So if you think of your own cell phone bill, it would contain information like the date and time a communication occurred, the other phone number in which you communicated with, the duration of the call, that sort of bits of information. Obviously, as we're doing a criminal investigation, it's helpful to know with whom someone was communicating. Additionally, the cell phone companies memorialize other bits of information specific to what we refer to as CSLI, cell site listing information. They tell us the antennas that were used during the communication, usually just in the form of the first antenna and the last antenna. There are other engineering records that we can obtain that can be helpful when trying to determine where the handset, the cell phone was at any given time.
And the handset that you refer to is essentially the phone itself, correct?
Yes.
And with relation to the handset and its connection to antennas or
I
towers,
agree, Hoax.
can you
I've been
speak a
saying
little bit
that.
about that, based on your training and experience, with reference to how the handset sort of communicates with an antenna and how it gets to a specific antenna?
Cell phone companies place antennas all around to help facilitate communication. You can think of a cell phone as really a two-way radio. It's sending and receiving radio waves. So in order to facilitate that, cell phone companies place these antennas all around. Traditionally, you can think of them on a tower, but they can also be placed on the side of buildings or disguised as trees or just on top of light poles. So they're all around, but you don't quite know it. As far as how the handset communicates with the antenna, there are different variables that go into that.
Ooh,
now,
this Wimbles.
the
me turn it
cell
on.
phone wants to connect to the antenna with the strongest signal. The best predictor of a strong signal is distance. So the further a radio wave travels, the more it's going to degrade and not be as strong. But there are other factors that can degrade or reduce the strength of a radio wave, specifically an obstruction. If you're in a basement of a building or standing behind a large brick wall, the radio waves aren't going to penetrate that as well. But even things like precipitation or foliage on a tree can also hinder it. And you think about rolling hills here in Massachusetts in tall buildings, they can also disrupt radio waves.
As far as that sort of disruption of radio waves, are you familiar with certain areas that get sort of termed as a dead zone?
Oh, I'll turn
Yes.
it on.
And
Again.
can you explain what your understanding of that term is as it relates to what you've been talking about as far as the handset communicating with the antenna?
I would define a dead zone as an area where there's not good cell phone coverage. So the antennas are not covering that area for whatever reason, obstruction, the density of the tower. Oftentimes, an antenna can only handle so many cell phones at a time. That's an idea that we coin or refer to as load. So there's only a certain number of devices that can handle an antenna. My best analogy of that is Gillette Stadium. I've worked at Gillette Stadium detail many times. We have roll call for Patriots game early in the morning. I take my post. I have strong functionality on my cell phone. As hundreds of thousands of devices are now entering the area around Gillette Stadium, the functionality of my cell phone reduces as more devices are using the antennas in that area.
Now, with respect to the cell phone companies themselves, they create or utilize this data for their own business purposes, correct?
Yes.
And can you just briefly explain a little bit about sort of what the cell phone companies would be using this kind of data for as far as what you're talking about, connections to antennas and towers?
It's a company who wants to make money, so it's going to memorialize things to bill their customers appropriately. They're also required by the FCC to keep for a certain period of time certain records because they are a communications provider. So there are some requirements regulatory that they need to fulfill.
Now, as far as the information that you're able to glean from these call detail records, I believe you've spoken a little bit about, but as far as what, if any, limitations are there with reference to the information you're able to glean from the records?
Well, the overarching one is I can only get what I get. So whatever the company sends me, that's what I can use in my determinations. Kind of the next step is when we're talking about antennas, I will never, I'll have difficulty saying exactly where a cell phone was when using an antenna. I can make generalizations that the phone is going to be in the area of the antenna, but I would never, with just that specific information, be able to tell you exactly where it is. I can look at other records, like the engineering records, where, especially now with 4G and 5G technology, the cell phone providers need to know how far away a handset is from the antenna in order to facilitate that communication. And they keep those ranging records for me. So if I can obtain those records, I can then place a much narrower area where a cell phone would have been during a time period.
Now, in reference to this investigation, you search warrant that Trooper Proctor did with regard to call detail records for Ms. Reed's phone, correct?
Yes.
And were you able to, or did you have occasion to look at those call detail records?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach just sidebar briefly?
Sidebar. Sidebar. All right. So far, not crazy or spicy like Proctor was. So far. It says here, Lolly asked for a sidebar. 8 jurors stand. Lots of yawning in the jury box today. This shit really has been dragging out. Like I said earlier, I can't even believe we've been here since April. What? It's June now. And they're talking about it might go to the end of June, maybe July. Bruh. But yeah, this trial has kind of dragged a little bit. I think it's one of the. I don't think I've ever had a trial with that many breaks and days off and half days and random days and like fuck off days. I don't think I've ever so far to this day. This is one of the most. This shit is dragging. I want to cover Alec Baldwin, which is it's actually going to be a short trial. I hope we're not still doing this by the time Alec Baldwin, And then somebody yesterday on Twitter was saying they think it's going to be a really quick jury decision. I don't think it's going to be. I don't. It's always hard to say, but like there are some trials I've covered that are like you think it's open and shut, and these with child killers, and these people are deliberating till the next day. I got so pissed off with Gannon Stout. I was really pissed, but I had to the next day realize like, okay, this is the process. I have to chill out or whatever. But I thought it was so open and shut about this child killer. These motherfuckers are having debates about a child killer. Like what? What, if anything, are you being paid, Lundy?
Yes.
Thank you for the chat.
Sir, I'm showing you a 4-page document. Just have to look at that after we finish. Do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
It is the subscriber information for the phone number ending in 9554.
And through the course of your investigation, as far as that phone number ending in 9554,
2 days.
who, if anyone, did you find that number to be associated
true.
with?
The defendant, Karen Reed.
Wade Wilson, 2
Now,
days.
with respect
Really?
to the documents before you, that has some listing of account information, is that correct?
Yes.
And who is listed as the subscriber for that
Caesar.
account with phone number ending in 9554?
Or Bear?
Karen Reed of 481 Gilbert Street in Mansfield, Massachusetts.
And are you, through the course of your investigation, familiar with that address, 481 Gilbert Street?
Yes.
And is that the residence of the defendant?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to continue to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay. Exhibit 574.
True crime junkie. Yeah,
I'm actually going to see counsel inside that in just a minute.
Another side. I do agree. I think the investigation was kind of sloppy, a bit sloppy and stuff like that, for sure. I mean, the solo cups has become a meme. But I remember Alex Murdaugh when covering that trial, where people were so certain that he was going to be found not guilty. The DUI guy, one of the lawyers, I saw some video. He was like, he almost like swore like there's not going to be any other outcome, and people just ran with it because, oh, he's a lawyer, so there can't be any other outcome because he's a lawyer. Some people were very, very sure about Alex Murdaugh, and that investigation was kind of shabby too. Till this day, we still joke about SLED because the investigation was kind of shabby, right? It wasn't the best investigation. That's why sometimes I don't know. I'm kind of like with this trial, I really don't know what the outcome is going to be because I agree with this. The defense has done a really good job. They've done a great job. I sometimes feel like they're grasping at straws and pointing the finger at everyone, but that's their job to try to create reasonable doubt to get this woman off. I think maybe they'll get her on the lesser charge. I don't know. Maybe they'll get her on a lesser charge because it's second-degree murder and manslaughter. Maybe they get her on the manslaughter, I don't know. But these witnesses, I mean, it's been such a shit show. These witnesses and so Brian Higgins, some ATF agent, texting back and forth with Karen. He's interested. It's a mess.
Now, Lieutenant Tully,
We marked that, Madam Court Reporter. Thank you. So that's 570.
574.
Debbie, I think maybe
Right,
they
go
go
ahead,
with
Mr.
manslaughter,
Riley.
lesser
Thank you.
charge.
Now, as far as the information that you receive
don't
with
think she did
reference to
intentionally.
call detail records, is there a section called the records key?
Yes.
Worse than
And can you
sled.
explain to the jury what a records key is and how you use that in order to facilitate or read the records?
The records key give us the definitions of terms that are used in the record. So the record comes usually in the form of a spreadsheet or PDF. You'll get columns and rows. The columns will be named certain things, and those titles are often specific to the company. So I want to make sure that I'm reading and understanding what the data is.
Now, I believe you alluded to it earlier in testimony, but just for the jury's edification, if you could describe to the jury what your understanding of the term as far as cell site listing information and how that's used in an analysis of call detail records.
So CSLI, as
I
it's
agree.
referred to, has that billing information, time, date, duration, other phone number, and it has the antenna used during the communication. So
Sure, Carla.
just as it says, it's a cell site, which is the other term for antenna, as I usually use.
No way.
Now, sir, through your training experience, are you familiar with the term in reference to this type of material called ranging data?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean and how it's used in interpretation of call detail records?
So the ranging data goes back to the engineering reports I had mentioned earlier that can provide more information. They can tell me the antennas that were used during communication. It can tell me the range in which the handset was away from the antenna. So now, opposed to just kind of making general determinations where a handset was near an antenna, I now have a range. So I will plot the location of the antenna, measure out that distance, and draw an arc with that radius of the distance
I
on a
don't
map.
trust law tubers.
And I can
If they
make
were good
an
lawyers,
assumption
they
that
would
the
keep
handset
practicing
is
law
somewhere
and
on
making
that arc.
$500 an hour.
I honestly, I think some of the law tubers are just going with the what's popular type of shit. Just like the other YouTuber that I mentioned, that people that know this person behind the scenes said she actually feels differently, but because she knows she'd get less viewers and maybe super chats. I'd rather somebody be straight up front with me. Somebody replied to this person to beat him and said, "Don't talk about Lawyer No like that." Lawyer No, he's a nice guy. I spoke to him on the phone one time, and I appreciate that. I got some advice from him. I feel like he's riding the tail too, and somewhat, or pretending to be like in the middle or something, like some of these other people. But he is a nice guy though. He got that Rico Suave hair. Rico Suave.
The ranging data is also helpful because the user does not need to be actively using the phone in order for a record to be created. Right? The billing record is going to be a phone call made or received, text message made or received. A cell phone as it sits today is still communicating.
I've seen some of these people with the Alex Murdoch. I'm telling you, it was multiple lawyers that like swore up and down they were going to find him not guilty or hung jury. Like I bet my career. Like some of these people were really throwing their whole credentials on the line. That shit doesn't move me. Just like a doctor, like and some of these people, like if you're feeling really ill and you have some type of condition, and you go to the doctor, and say, "Oh no, nothing's wrong. You're fine." And so you're going to believe the doctor over what your own body is telling you. Maybe you should go get a second opinion. It might save your life.
Communicating with the antenna. You're getting notifications, it's checking email.
He's good looking, right?
It's updating.
Rico
and because it's utilizing the network,
You got that
your
hair.
cell phone provider is capturing that data and it's generating a record, even though unbeknownst to the user.
Okay, so to that point, or illustrative of that point, so if I'm standing right here with the cell phone in my pocket, not using it, not turning it on, not activating it in any way, that cell phone is still doing some sort of communication with the closest or some antenna within the vicinity?
Yes.
Now, are you also familiar with a term called UTC, or Universal Time Code?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that term means and how it relates to these types of records?
So UTC, or now known as Coordinated Universal Time, is the time zone along the prime meridian. So if you think of the globe, you got longitude and time zones. The prime meridian is a spot that runs through Western Europe and in Western Africa. That is the line in which all time zones around the world are predicated. And UTC would be a time there, and it's not determined by daylight savings time either. So all those time zones, like I said, around the globe are predicated on that. Because it's one standard time in a globe, a lot of records will come in UTC time.
Hoke said, nah, him lying about the time and the Snapchat video showing he lied ended up. Yeah, the kennel video, you're talking about Alex Murdoch, the kennel video ended it for me too. Like, I was like, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. But people want to say, oh, but he's so nice with his family. That's the thing that drove me. I thought it was so crazy. But he's smiling with his family and he took a picture. And how many of these people do we cover daily? They take a picture and then shoot the whole family and kill the wife and kids and everybody else. Because he smiled with his family. No, he could never do that.
And you have to make the conversion. And they will provide records specifically to a cell phone, what time it was locally, but it will tell me what the UTC time was. So for me to figure out what the time was locally during the time of the communication, I got to do the conversion.
And to that point, as far as the conversion is concerned, what type of conversion are we talking about?
Here on the eastern side of the United States, it's -4 hours during the summer and -5 in the winter.
Now, as far as these records are concerned, what, if any, I believe you spoke a little bit as far as the ARC and plotting, but if you could expound upon that as far as explain to the jury what it is exactly you're able to do with the information from the call detail records as far as a visual representation.
You said two things there, so I want to make sure I answer the question right. You mentioned ranging data, but CSLI, so specific to the engineering report in ranging, or CSLI?
Let's first start with CSLI.
So with the CSLI, I will place on a map the location of the antenna. And I mentioned load a little bit, but that load factor determines on how dense the antennas will be from placed by the provider. So if you think of an urban environment, there's more cell phones, there's more devices that need antennas. So the locations of the antennas will be more dense. I've seen them as close as 100 yards away from each other in an urban environment. You come out to the suburbs, there are less devices. The companies are going to put less antennas because they don't want to put them up where they don't need to. They're going to be further away. So in Norfolk County, the antennas are placed anywhere from 1 mile to 4 or 5 miles apart.
And so there would be a difference as far as the amount of antennas, the amount of towers, like say in the town of Canton versus downtown Boston.
Yes.
And again, I think it's pretty clear, but which of those two, as far as downtown Boston or the town of Canton, would have more antennas or more towers for a cell phone to connect to?
Downtown Boston would have more.
And so with relation to the number of antennas or towers that a handset or a cell phone could connect to, what, if any, relation does that have to geographic location, or what you're able to glean in reference to geographic location from the call detail?
So once I place the antenna on a map, I will look at where the other antennas are, and I can make a general determination that the cell phone was closer to that antenna than other antennas. Again, there's the caveat, and I'll say it up front, is that there are other mechanisms that could prevent it from connecting to the closest tower. But generally, it's going to connect to that closest tower. Now, there are redundancies built into the system. If an antenna goes down because of it gets struck by lightning or it needs service, there are other antennas nearby that can cover an area.
Now, with respect to the CSLI data, we were able to do that in this case as far as plotting that on a visual representation on a map.
Yes.
Madam Mayor Approach.
Yes.
I agree with Kim on Facebook. Like they are asking a lot of, it seems almost like technical questions about phones and towers and stuff.
10-page document, just ask you to review that. Look up when you're finished.
Brian Tully. Explaining why some areas have more antennas than others. Redundancies are built in. Okay.
And do you recognize that, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
It is a series of maps that I created depicting the records obtained from that number ending in 9554.
And that's plotted onto sort of a Google image or a Google Earth image?
I use Google Earth to create the maps. I then take a screenshot and place it typically in PowerPoint in order to make it look nice.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
Almost to introduce and admit collectively, isn't it?
No objection, Your Honor. 575. Thank you.
May I
Lawyer says, why
return
is
that
this
to
so
the
important?
witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Still kind of waiting. Yeah, and I really appreciate the people on Twitter.
So, Lieutenant, directing your
supporting
attention
me
to
in
the
the
second
crazy
page there.
That's nice.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish this to the jury.
Okay.
Lieutenant, do you recognize what's depicted now up on the screen?
Yes.
And again, what do you recognize this to be?
It is a map that I created using the information from the call detail records or CSLI
right.
from that account.
And from what time period of call detail records are we looking at in this particular representation?
From 12:33 a.m. to 12:34 a.m. Again, I had done the conversion for the purposes of making this exhibit. So if one were to look at the call detail records, you may see the UTC time. For the convenience, I've done the conversion for the purposes of the exhibit.
Now, sir, if you could, using the laser pointer, before you direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you've plotted out into this visual representation.
So first, we're looking at the area of the town of Canton. I've placed different landmarks, again, to give context to what we're talking about here. You see 34 Fairview Road as a yellow house icon, 1 Meadows Ave, Canton as a darker color, and the Waterfall Bar and Grill as another icon. Now off to the left, just west of Route 95, which you'll see running here, you'll see a red triangle, which I use consistently as the antenna, and a series of letters and numbers next to them. So next to them is the numbering system that Verizon assigns to that antenna. So in this instance, we're looking at ENB, which is the antenna acronym, and specifically 57171.
To be clear, as far as that marking with the red triangle, the ENB ID 57171, that is the antenna that the handset or the defendant's cell phone is connecting to at that point, correct?
Yes, and I always try to be clear that that is the antenna. That's not where I'm saying the handset was.
So the handset is somewhere in that vicinity based on your training experience, is that correct?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if we could have the next slide. And so what time period are we looking at in this particular representation?
12:35 to 12:37 a.m.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance or relevance you depicted in this representation.
So those same icons appear as about the locations relative to this investigation. You'll see another red triangle here close to Route 95, which is NEB ID 57286. And during this time period, the handset associated with this account communicates with that antenna.
And from the locations of significance or relevance as far as ENB ID 57286, which of them is it closest to in this picture?
It's just north of 34 Fairview Road.
And now, if I could direct your attention to the next, Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide.
Chicken junkie. Higgins.
And Lieutenant, what time frame are we looking at in this this slide?
This comes from one call that occurred at 12:38 a.m.
And as far as, if you could, again, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if any, other locations you identified or signified in this representation.
Again, same icons for the south at the bottom. The antenna is located here at the intersection of Route 93 and 138, and it's ENB ID 57021.
And of those locations of interest that you signified within this slide, where is ENB ID 57021 in relation to those?
If you think back to the previous slide, so now we've moved a little bit further east. Here's Fairview Road, and here is 1 Meadows Ave.
And if I could direct your attention to the next slide, and if I could have the next slide, Ms. Thornton, please. And Lieutenant, what time frame are we looking at in this?
12:39 a.m. to 5:08 a.m.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if any, locations of significance you note in this slide.
So there were a series of calls during this time period. They all used this antenna here, ENB ID 57199, which is south of Meadows Ave.
If I can direct your attention to the next slide. If I could have that one, please. And Lieutenant Tully, what are we looking at as far as time frame in this particular slide?
There was one entry in the call detail records at 5:16.
And again, using the laser pointer, if we could direct the jury's attention to what, if any, locations you denoted within this particular slide.
I'll start with the antenna that was used, which was 57259 here in downtown Canton, just north of the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
If I could direct your attention to the next slide, sir. If I could. Lieutenant, what time frame is depicted in this slide?
5:19 a.m.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where the antenna is that the defendant's phone is connected to at this point, and what, if anything, is closest.
Slightly further south from the previous one, it's 57199, directly south of 1 Meadows Ave.
Now, if I could ask you to turn to the next slide, Mr. Dillon, if I could have that one. And Lieutenant, what time frame are we looking at in this?
5:20 a.m. to 5:37 a.m.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where the antenna is and what, if any, of the locations you observe it, where it is in reference to those.
I previously mentioned this one here at the intersection of Route 93 and 138. It's ID 57021. It's north of those locations I had mentioned earlier, the 34 Fairview and 1 Meadows Ave.
And next slide. What time frame are we looking at in this, sir?
It's one entry at 6 a.m. from the record.
And if you could, again, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to the antenna and where it is in relation to locations of interest in this slide.
It is located just north of the Waterfall Bar and Grill in downtown Canton.
And the next slide, sir. What time frame are we looking at in this slide, sir?
6:03 to 6:57 a.m.
And again, using the laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to which antenna the defendant's cell phone is connected to at this point and where it is in relation to locations of significance or relevance throughout the course of this investigation.
During this time period, the cell phone will bounce back and forth between two antennas. So I did lump them together and place them on one map with this time frame here. So you will see two antennas. One is this one here, just west of Route 95, which is 57171. The other antenna is north of 34 Fairview, which is 57286.
Now, sir, as far as the locations that you observed from looking at the CSLI information from the defendant's phone, any relationship did you note with them in relation to what you had observed on each of the respective videos from the Canton Public Library and the Temple Beth Avery?
It's consistent. As with anything in our investigation, we want to get corroborating information. So the best corroboration about the location of a handset is to obtain video, receipts, anything else with a timestamp and a location that we can corroborate the location of a handset.
And with respect to information that you had received as far as the defendant's whereabouts, what, if any, consistency or corroboration was there between witness accounts of the defendant, including the defendant's own statements, as far as where she was and what she retrieved from the CSLI?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Malley.
Throughout the course of the investigation, were you made aware of path of travel attributed to the defendant both between the hours of between the times of 12 a.m. and 6 a.m.?
Yes.
And the information that you obtained from the CSLI
Hey, girl,
records,
thank you.
was that consistent with
Thank you.
what you knew as far as the location of the defendant?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Malley. The objection is sustained.
With respect to what
Already
you
on the
knew
record.
as the path of travel of the defendant, the information that you obtained from the CSLI, what, if any, relationship was there between that and the path of travel you knew of the defendant?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
It's consistent.
Okay.
Now, sir, as far as the ranging data, what, if anything, were you able to do with the ranging data in relation to a visual depiction of that?
Similar to the maps we just saw using Google Earth, I made a visual representation of what the records display, specifically where the antenna is. But I took that additional step to measure the distance out from the antenna that's depicted in the records and draw a semicircle line depicting where that range would lie.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Pages. Ask you to look at that in 5 minutes.
Lundy, you missed a bunch of antennas and large black SUV. Katie girl, thank you. Says my favorite place on the internet. I'm a lifer now. Thanks.
Do you recognize those
Thank you so
documents,
much.
sir?
Appreciate
Yes.
it.
What do you recognize those?
The series of maps I created using the ranging or engineering report.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce in a minute as the next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
I don't know where he's going to either, Southern Jay. I guess he's like proving the route that Karen went, but I still don't understand really. I might be missing it. Somebody maybe in the chat can tell me. But I remember Alex Murdoch.
Your Honor, may I return them to the witness?
Yes.
And with the court's permission, if I could display them to the jury. It's now been marked as 5 seconds.
I remember with Murdoch, it took them a long time to get to where they were going, like turtle speed. But at the end, it all made sense, and they kind of tied everything together. I wonder if that's what
Now,
Riley's
turn
going to
your
do.
attention
I
to
don't
the
know.
second page of what's now been marked as Exhibit 576.
True. Young Thug.
Is that what's up on the screen? What you have before you is Exhibit 576, the second page in. Is that what's up on the screen, Lieutenant?
Yes.
Now, if you could, again, what time frame are we looking at here?
12:17 a.m.
And again, sir, if you could, using the
Hoax had avoided the house while driving around.
laser pointer, describe to the jury what's depicted in this particular slide.
So 2 locations that are, again, as a frame of reference, 34 Fairview Road in Canton and the Waterfall Bar and Grill are depicted with icons. You'll notice a red lollipop would be the best description icon here. And next to it, you see a number and the words either first or last. This one, 3, first or in last. If you were to go back to the record, the ranging report, you would go to line 3, and that's where you would find this record. So it's just an easy way to cross-reference the map with the documents. With these ranging reports, it gives me the range that the handset was from the antenna at the beginning of the communication and at the end of the communication. So that's the first range and the last range. That's why we're using those words. You'll notice a line that goes straight out to the semicircles. That line denotes what's called the azimuth. And I've failed to kind of describe what an azimuth is. So as antennas are placed in these locations, they're pointed in a direction. Now, they're not typically a 360-degree antenna. Some are, but mostly they're not. They're pointed in a direction and have a beam width. Rule of thumb, and as you'll see with the records with Verizon, it says typically it's 120-degree beam width, because they'll place 3 around the circle and you get 360 degrees. So with this record here, I know what the azimuth is. I then draw a semicircle in each direction. I'll go beyond that 120 degrees just to give deference to maybe it was on the outer edges of that. So I want to give the tie to it was maybe further away. So that's what's depicting on the map.
Now, with reference to this the semicircle itself, if I could ask, is the semicircle that is being drawn, what does that exactly denote as to the location of the handset itself?
The report is telling me that the handset is somewhere on that semicircle. So the phone could be anywhere from here on the semicircle all the way around to there on the semicircle.
So again, it's not denoting sort of that the handset of the phone is within the confines of the semicircle, but actually on the line that you've drawn.
Correct.
And if I could ask you to flip to the next slide, Ms. Gilman, the next one, please.
Lally.
Now, with reference to what's up on the screen now, Lieutenant, what time frame are we looking at here?
5:18 a.m.
And it's, again, if you could, using the laser pointer for you, draw the jury's attention, or direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this slide.
So the 2 icons are, again, appear on the map: Waterfall Bar and Grill, 34 Fairview Road. Here is that red lollipop, which is the antenna that's used during the communication. The azimuth, or the direction in which the antenna is facing, is depicted on there, and 2 semicircles. The first one and the last one. As a frame of reference, I failed to put the Temple Beth Abraham, which would appear right here.
Now, from this, what's depicted in these last 2 exhibits, as far as what you're able to plot out from the CSLI and the ranging data, what, if anything, what, if any, significance did that have as far as in reference to the investigation and the handset of the defendant's phone?
It's important to figure out the movements of someone that we're investigating for a crime. So these ranging records really narrow down the scope of they're somewhere around this antenna to it's possible they were somewhere on this line. Again, these records are just depicting where the handset was, but as we all know, we all travel with our cell phone within arm reach.
And again, it's in reference to this ranging data in the last 2 slides here. What, if any, relationship did you find that to have with other information, being videos and witness statements that you obtained during the course of the investigation?
So as we previously showed, Temple Beth Abraham, which would be located here, just south of this intersection here, depicts a large black SUV traveling north on Washington Street. That SUV is similar to the defendant's. And with this record here, a phone associated with the defendant was somewhere on this arc at that exact same time.
Lovely D, thank you. 9 months. What? Thanks for what you did, Mel. Not been able to find anyone that I can trust the info and have fun. I must love how much you care about your members as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yo, you guys hold me down. Thank you.
May I approach just to retrieve, John?
Yes.
Lally. Somebody just tweeted me. 2:27 a.m. How long to die in the cold? Cellbright's gonna have to answer for that. We'll see. We'll see if they can give a good enough explanation or not. Michelle, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
All right, let's go. Defense, come on, let's wake up. Everybody, wake up. If you're laying down, sleep, get up. It's time to get up, or roll over on the other side of the bed.
Good morning, Lieutenant Sully.
Good morning.
I'm not going to go in any particular order, so forgive me if I bounce around just a little bit. You indicated that on direct examination this morning that you didn't seek a search warrant for 34 Fairview, the interior of 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
To your knowledge, nobody under your supervision sought such a search warrant either, correct?
Correct.
You explained that in your mind, there was no probable cause to seek a search warrant for the interior of the home. Is that right?
Yes.
But you also admitted that you didn't seek consent, for which you don't have to have probable cause if you get consent, correct?
Correct.
You could ask me right now, hey, Alan, can I look at your cell phone? If I say, sure, you do your thing, right?
I could.
But for a court to order that I hand over my cell phone, you got to get a search warrant, sign an affidavit, and get a court to agree with it, correct?
Yes.
You've applied for myriad search warrants in your career, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Very experienced, correct?
Supposedly.
And I expect that there have been circumstances, Lieutenant Tully, in which you sought a search warrant and the judge says, no, I don't think there's enough here, correct?
Yes.
You don't get in trouble for that, correct?
With whom? No.
With the court.
No.
Well, it's not illegal.
It's not illegal.
You don't get sanctioned for it. You don't get your pay docked because you don't get a search warrant based on an affidavit, correct?
Correct.
So there's no real sanction in seeking
Hard
it. if you
hands,
in good
medium
faith
light
believe
skin
that there's a
tone.
reason to seek it, correct?
Outside of the time that it takes to author it and put it together and go to the court, yes, there's no sanction.
Of course. But in a homicide investigation, you're not going to fail to do certain investigative tasks because it takes time. You're going to do what is necessary for the investigation, correct?
Yes.
Of course. You indicated that you did not believe there was information sufficient that y'all had at the very initial stages of the investigation to seek a search warrant or to ask for consent, correct?
Yes.
But you did know the following. In the initial moments of the beginning of the investigation, you were aware that John O'Keefe had been invited to a party inside a home, correct?
Yes.
You knew that that home was located at 34 Fairview.
Yes.
You also knew that John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview, correct?
We believe so, yes.
You also knew at the time that he had been, for want of a better phrase, partying with the individuals who were inside the home, correct? Expected to meet at the house.
They were at a bar previous to that, yes.
You're aware that a drinking glass was found in the yard attendant to or close to, adjacent to where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
Yes.
That drinking glass had been broken, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that drinking glasses are commonly found inside homes, right?
As well as bars.
As well as bars, right? But at that point, you didn't know. It's just a broken glass, correct?
It's a broken glass, correct.
You also know that he was found without a coat on.
Yes.
Are coats normally worn outside or inside?
It's user's choice.
Yeah,
Fair
yeah,
enough.
it depends.
18
Some motherfuckers wearing
degrees,
this
you would
inside.
expect that if someone was outside, they'd have a coat on, correct?
I'm the kind of person that wears shorts throughout the year. I'll often go without a jacket.
All right, a true Bostonian.
Yes, sir.
He didn't have any coat, gloves, scarf, nothing like that.
Correct.
He had no winter gear on whatsoever, correct?
Correct.
Under ordinary circumstances, and you may be the exception, but under ordinary circumstances, if someone was out in 18-degree weather, you might expect they would have some winter garb on, correct?
Objection.
Maybe, maybe not.
You certainly would expect that if someone took their coat, their glove, their hat, their winter gear off, they might leave it inside the house, right? Rather than outside the house.
Objection.
I'll let you answer that, Detective Lieutenant.
It's probably predicated on where you take it off.
Right.
And your relationship to the location.
Right. Reasonable assumption might be the winter gear might be inside the house.
Objection.
Is that a reasonable assumption, Detective Lieutenant?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
It's not reasonable that he would have his jacket inside the house? You wouldn't just assume that?
Well, using the term the house. You talking about any house? 34 Fairview?
Correct.
No, it's not reasonable.
All right. You didn't think it was reasonable at the time
Hell is not backing down.
Still don't.
to even ask. Could he have had a jacket off inside the house? And I'm talking about at the time, the initial stages of the investigation.
Who am I asking this question to?
So I'm asking if you believe it was reasonable if a man is found 30 feet outside the front door of a home and he's got no winter gear on whatsoever, that perhaps he came from inside the home not having donned his winter gear.
Objection.
Can you answer that, Detective Lieutenant?
It's not reasonable, given other information I had.
You also know that he didn't have a shoe on, correct?
Yes.
Where might you look for the shoe if you didn't find it out by his body initially?
Ooh. In the house?
Well, the question's not accurate to the facts we had at the time.
Well, the facts you had at the initial stages, I'm talking about just after 6:37, 7:30 in the morning, when the investigation was beginning. During those times, you didn't have any information about where the other shoe was, except he just didn't have a shoe on at the hospital, correct?
We didn't know there was a shoe not accounted for until after noontime.
So when you did find out that there was a shoe unaccounted for, one place to look might be outside, correct?
Yes.
And another place to look might be inside the home, correct?
We looked at the former and we located it there.
You also are aware that a body that's being dragged by the shoulders could easily lose a shoe.
Objection.
Sustained. Have you ever experienced a homicide in which a body is dragged and you're aware of a shoe being pulled off while the body's being dragged?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I don't have experience with that.
Certainly not outside the realm of possibility as a professional investigator.
It's possible.
You're also aware that, at least initially, it appeared from accounts that John O'Keefe may have been involved in a physical altercation, correct?
Possible.
As a matter of fact, that was reported by one of your subordinates, Yuri Buchanek, to the medical examiner's office, right?
As a possibility, yes.
As a possibility. And you're aware that your other subordinate, Trooper Proctor, according to certain information he had gotten from first responders, also believed that a physical altercation was possible, right? As well.
It was possible, yes.
Okay. And you also knew that the house would be a normal location to have other individuals who might have been involved in that physical altercation.
Objection.
Can you answer that, Detective Lieutenant?
An altercation could take place anywhere.
Exactly.
And people can often travel from the location of the altercation miles away to another location.
Or they could travel 30 feet outside as well, correct?
Yes.
Jackson.
In the early morning hours of, well, let's say the hours following your Massachusetts State Police initiation or engagement in this investigation, you became aware of Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
That name was bantied about as a potential witness in the investigation, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that Brian Higgins indicated that he saw a tall, dark-haired man enter the home after he arrived, correct?
I'm not aware of that.
And the reason you're not aware of it, Lieutenant Tully, is because nobody bothered to interview Brian Higgins February 10th. Right?
Objection.
So in that form that is sustained, ask it differently, Mr.
When was
Jackson.
Brian Higgins first interviewed?
February 7th?
7th, 10th? Yeah, in February, not January 29th, certainly.
Correct.
Although he was known to be inside the house, correct?
Yes.
So had you known that, had you had the information, for instance, that Brian Higgins admitted to having seen a tall, dark-haired man walk in the house, that might have changed the complexion of your investigation at that time.
Objection.
Can you answer that, Detective Lieutenant?
In the off chance that Mr. Higgins presumably had said something like that, I would certainly need more information describing this person. I would ask a series of questions to narrow it down to make sure that this person was John O'Keefe.
Right, exactly. That would just be a normal part of the investigation. You just take evidence A and link it to evidence B to evidence C. That would be the normal way to do an investigation.
We would normally follow the evidence. Correct.
But in point of fact, nobody did seek a warrant to go inside the house, correct?
Correct.
Nobody did seek to have a forensic team go inside the house and look.
Correct.
And nobody asked for consent.
The hell, they're trying to
Correct.
sell stuff. Don't call that number on Facebook.
I want to ask you about the
Yomida Lawa, what the hell?
Sallyport video,
Scammer.
if I could.
Banned from the page.
Did you obtain a copy of any video surveillance footage from Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. If you can, tell me which footage you obtained and where? And there's several videos, Lieutenant, that it can be confusing. So if you could be as detailed as possible, explain what footage you gathered and when you gathered it.
Most recently, and the date escapes me, but it's within the last couple of months, I had contacted Chief Helena Rafferty of the Canton Police Department and asked her to burn another copy or create another copy of the Sallyport video during a certain time period on January 29th to ensure that the video that we had received previously was all of the records responsive to that request.
And you found out that the video that you received earlier was not, in fact, completely responsive because there was a video left out, right?
I didn't do a one-to-one comparison. I just had made the request.
Ultimately, you did receive a video of the interior of Sallyport, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell me, did you look at that? Did you review that video?
Quickly, not the whole thing.
Okay. Was there anything of note about that interior video? By the way, let me ask you another question, Lieutenant Tully, just to clarify. There's a very grainy, dark, almost black of the interior, correct? You've seen that one?
Yes.
Or excerpts of it?
Yes.
And that video is missing some pretty significant time frames throughout the video?
I didn't review the whole thing, but I'm aware of that video existing.
Fair enough. Then there's another video that's pretty clear, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm asking you about the clear video. Did you make any note about anything unusual about that video?
No. But again, I didn't really review it.
You didn't review it with any detail?
Correct.
Did you make a note that that video was inverted?
I did not.
Did you make a note about the timestamp on the video either being correct and properly positioned or inverted?
No.
Vertigate.
Did you give that video to Trooper Proctor?
I believe I gave it to Sergeant Buchanan.
Sergeant Buchanan? And then what did Sergeant Buchanan do with it?
Did he invert it? Oh, shit.
Reviewed it.
Okay. Is that somehow uploaded onto the Massachusetts State Police computer system somehow for safekeeping?
No, we'll hold it within the DA's office on that server. You know, it's not touching the MSP.
Okay, so it is uploaded on some sort of server.
We will memorialize it somewhere, yes.
Did Chief Rafferty give it to you on a thumb drive or a disk, or how was it physically provided?
I don't know. I didn't receive it. She dropped it off at the office. I remember a thumb drive.
You remember a thumb drive. All right. And then it's uploaded onto the system, and the case officer would have access to that system.
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, that would be Trooper Proctor.
Yes.
Did you notify Trooper Proctor, when I say immediately, reasonably quickly, after you received or after you got notice that the video had been dropped off by Chief Rafferty?
I informed Sergeant Buchanan.
Okay. And do you know, as you sit here, you may not, as you sit here, do you know if Sergeant Buchanan reasonably quickly informed Trooper Proctor that that video existed?
I don't know when or where that notification was made.
As you sit here now, you are aware that Trooper Proctor is aware of that video and had access to it?
Yes.
Okay. Yesterday, there was some testimony about taillight pieces that were found at the location, correct?
Yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I think Tully, he's kind of hard to shake. He's like an AI robot. You can't shake this guy. I'm seeing that. I'm waiting. You can't.
Your Honor,
He's ready for anything.
For a
You
question.
can't shake this guy. Yes, 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 yes. Did you do that? Yes, absolutely, I did. Yes, not denying nothing.
First permission,
Yes,
I asked for the evidence bags that were entered into evidence yesterday.
Okay. May take a minute.
Making strong eye contact too. Yes, 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 yes. Damn.
Before I get to the evidence bag, may I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Before I get to the evidence bag,
Harley, thank you for the
one
super chat.
more,
Appreciate that.
Maybe
Thank you
a
for the
couple more
5.
questions about the Sallyport video. You indicated that you received additional video from Chief Rafferty once she dropped it off. You said within a couple of months.
Yeah. Additional that package. Yes.
What was the original Sallyport video that you received? In other words, what were you following up on?
What you had previously described as a grainy black-ish video.
Okay, and so just to be clear and close that loop, when did you receive that video, if you can tell us?
Which one? The grainy one?
The grainy one.
Earlier in the investigation.
A year ago, 2 years ago?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you believe it was pretty early on in the investigation?
I don't recall.
Do you know what the mechanism was that you received that one? If Chief Rafferty is the one that gave over the clear video, how did you get the grainy video?
I don't know.
Was it you that received it, or do you believe that you commissioned Trooper Proctor to go get that video?
That would have been a task for Sergeant Buchanan or Trooper Proctor or someone else from the unit.
So the reason you don't know is because you didn't personally do it.
Correct.
Yesterday, you testified that it's obviously your responsibility as not just the chief of the unit, but as the evidence officer to maintain and protect the integrity of the physical evidence that's found under your supervision, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that you took photographs of the items that were recovered on that initial search, and you took those photographs in place where they were found, correct?
Yes.
With the exception of one of the photos, you indicated that it had been moved by a shovel, and then you instructed the individual put it back down where it was found, and then that's the point at which you photographed it, correct?
Yes.
You took an establishing shot, then a closer shot, and then I think even a third close-up shot, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated pretty clearly yesterday what the evidence that you found at the scene was a red plastic taillight piece that was recovered first, then 3 feet or so to the south of that, the shoe was recovered, and then 1 to 2 feet south of that, another red plastic piece, and then a clear plastic piece next to that, correct?
Yeah, you get the last two inverted. It's clear, then red. But
Conversion, it's becoming a theme. Sorry about that. So it's clear piece,
I'm going to strike that comment.
clear piece, and then a red piece next to the clear piece.
yes.
3 pieces of plastic in total and a shoe.
No, there was with the clear piece. There was 2 pieces with it. So clear plastic, multiple pieces of the clear plastic.
Okay, so yesterday when we saw
very
the
animated.
photographs that you testified to,
Maybe I guess she's confident
there was
on
one piece of clear plastic that was photographed, right?
2.
Didn't the photograph have one sort of arc-shaped clear piece of plastic that you described as having did you say dimples or stippling?
Yes, I think I said dimples.
Okay. What was the second photo?
The next photo that was displayed was the second piece of clear plastic taillight.
So in fact, that would be 4 pieces of plastic.
Yes.
Okay. But yesterday you testified that you found 3 pieces of plastic, and in your report, you reported that you found 3 pieces of plastic, correct?
I didn't number the piece of plastic, if I recall my report correctly. I said we found clear plastic. And as I displayed out of the bag, there was 2 pieces of clear plastic that we...
But there was only a photograph of one,
No, there wasn't.
and your
You
report
can't
says
shake the
3 total
robot.
pieces of plastic, doesn't
He's
it?
AI. You can't shake this guy. He is the chat GPT of testimony.
Do you have your report with you, Detective Lieutenant?
Not that one, Your Honor.
Okay.
You can't shake this guy. He's the chat GPT of testimony, witness testimony. Lawyers referring to, let's see what Karen pulled up. This is not the one. We got to move to the next
Just a moment, Your
witness.
Honor.
Sure.
This guy's AI, artificial intelligence, reptilian. We got to move on to the next one. He's a decent witness. He's one of the very few that doesn't have any kind of like, so far from what I've seen, no like drama and like
Jim,
texting people
can I
and
have those
calling people
photographs
names and
when you're
witnesses,
scanning?
medical condition.
Your Honor, is it possible we can take our recess?
Yeah, y'all need a break. Y'all need a break. Collect this shit. Team up.
Sure.
All right, jurors, we'll take our morning recess.
This guy, I have to say, he's not interesting. He's not that interesting. Sometimes technology and stuff like that is just not interesting. When I think of this guy, A song came into my head. I even Google searched it. Unstoppable is the first thing that came into my head. Oh, is this one? Oh.
yeah.
You can't shake this guy. I hope they don't shut down Facebook because I played that clip. This guy at least sticks to his story. Whatever it is, the cell towers and ping, whatever, he sticks to it. They should move on to the next witness because it seems like that. Honestly, they have plenty of shit to work with. A lot of these witnesses have some scandalous stuff. The most legit, there's 3 legit people that stood out to me. Carrie Roberts. We can forward this a little bit. We're caught up now. Carrie Roberts. The I don't know his name. The forensic alcohol testing guy, the black guy. He tested like the BAC. He was legit as hell. And then this person. Out of a litany of people on the stand. Proctor and Brian Higgins was probably the most scandalous. All kinds of shit. Texting and like just all these inappropriate stuff, weird stuff. Damn. And I don't know who was worse as far as messages. Was it Higgins or Proctor? I guess Proctor. I guess Proctor was worse. Oh, Woody's back again on the stand, Donnie. How many days? So I sent myself. Well, maybe we can watch a little bit of it now. This poor guy. Somebody clipped this yesterday. I saw it. I didn't watch it. I just clicked the title. I'm like, okay, maybe we'll watch this later. YSL Woody reacts to his snitching video live. So apparently they say he snitched. And they play back the video of him snitching in the courtroom. Let's take a look at some of this.
Is it fair to say that your relationship after you got out of prison is not the same as it was before you went to prison in 2015?
Huh?
What?
You have an objection, sir? Yeah. Basis.
It's an incomplete question.
Who's objecting?
So the
Woody?
form of the question? I sustain.
And this lawyer is so gangster. What's his name? Steele?
The question. You can rephrase it.
Is your relationship the same with Young Thug since you got out of prison as it was before you went to prison in 2015?
Just clip that for Twitter. The last segment.
One more time. I'm trying to.
Do you have the same relationship with Young Thug since you left prison in 2019 as you had with him before you went to prison in 2015?
So I'm confused. So help me understand. If you and her y'all got a relationship 10 years ago, so today is y'all relationship the same from 10 years ago today?
Is your relationship the same?
I'm trying, I need an answer.
Is your relationship the same as it was 10 years ago?
I don't think nothing would be the same from 10 years ago. I don't know how to answer that. I don't know.
Do you know someone by the name of Marquavius Huey?
No.
Do you know someone named Quay?
I know a lot of Quays.
Okay. Do you see any of the Quays that you know in the courtroom today?
Yeah.
Okay. How many of the Quays do you know are in the courtroom today?
One.
Okay. Can you identify him by article of clothing that he is wearing?
Well, he's sitting right there, like, I don't know what color it is he got on.
All right. You said over there. Is he sitting, is it the man with the gray and cream jacket?
It shows so reflect.
Thank you. How long have you known Quay?
Not long.
When you say not long, what does that mean to you?
I don't know Quay like that.
Okay. Have you known him for a year, more than a year?
I haven't been around him a year. So, just because I know of somebody, I've been in jail, I've been away, so.
Have you advised Quay on individuals he should or should not hang around with?
I probably have.
Okay. Specifically, did you advise Quay on whether he should hang around?
I state the question.
Have you ever advised Quay on hanging around Young Thug?
I told Quay that, man, I have a personal problem with Young Thug.
Did you advise him on whether or not he should hang around Young Thug?
I thought I just answered it.
No, you told him that you answered you had a personal problem with Thug. That wasn't the
Right,
question.
and I told him that, I advised him that.
What is the that you're referring to?
Whatever you just asked me, I agreed to what you just said.
So for clarity for the record, you've advised Quay about hanging around Young Thug.
I don't, what's your objection? He hasn't really clarified. I think she's trying to get him to clarify it, so I'm gonna overrule your objections.
I
Would you describe your relationship with Tick?
don't know. I can't reflect back on when I first met him.
Why can't you reflect on when you first met him?
I know a whole lot of people.
What was your relationship like with Tick?
What you mean?
Was it a good relationship, bad? Did y'all get along with each other? What was your relationship like with Tick?
Just like it would be with anybody else from that I know.
Do you get along with everybody that you know?
If we cool,
So are you saying that you were cool with Tick?
that's what I said.
What types of things would you do with Tick?
What you mean?
Did y'all go out? Did you go shoot dice? Did you go to the club? What type of things did you do with Tick?
Things young black men do in the neighborhood.
I don't know what young black men do in the neighborhood, so what is
Try to survive and stay away from the police.
Did you do anything else besides trying to survive and stay away from the police?
Yeah, get locked up.
Okay. Anything else besides getting locked up?
You got my criminal history, right?
We're not talking about your criminal history, Mr. Copeland. Is there anything else that you all used to do?
I don't recall.
Mr. Copeland, you know who you are. If you can tell the jurors who is Tick and who is Little D. Mr. Copeland, who is Tick?
In the middle.
All right. And then it's Little D, the one with the Dallas Cowboys sweatshirt.
If this me, this tit,
Okay.
they got no choice but to be Lil D.
All right. Earlier you talked about another Little D that you called your son. Is this the same Little D?
Do they look like the same Lil D?
I'm asking you a question, Mr. Copeland. Is it the same Little D?
No.
All right. How do you distinguish this Little D from the other Little D?
They look like two different people.
When you are addressing or talking about them, how do you distinguish the two Little Ds from each other?
What you mean?
Look
Do
at
you
his
call
face.
one of them Little D from Cleveland?
If you ask me which Lil D I'm talking
And
about,
that's what I'm asking you. When you are
well, you
talking
should just
about
ask me that.
Oh, shit.
Mr. Copeland, which Little D, how do you describe him if you're talking about him? If you're talking about the two Little Ds, how do you distinguish
Little
this
D.
Little D?
I just said he Lil D from Cleveland Avenue.
Okay, thank you so much. Has there ever been a time that you've had Little D purchase a gun for you?
My federal case,
Is there a time that you...
I said my federal case.
And when you say your federal case, what do you mean?
The case they sent me to the feds.
What are you talking about for the jury?
I'm answering your question.
I understand. You're saying your federal case that they send you to the feds. What does that have to do with Little D purchasing a gun for you?
The homicide investigator told me that I had the rights to protect myself.
Okay.
So I believed the way he said and got a gun to protect myself.
And how did you get that gun?
I paid someone to go. I paid Lil D to go get it. Don't recognize that person.
And that's your testimony today.
I do not recognize him.
Do you know someone by the name of Duke?
Duke?
Duke.
Yes.
Okay. How do you know Duke?
I've been around him a lot.
And when you say a lot, is that recently or back in 20?
Back in days.
Okay. This is before you went to prison in 2015.
Yes.
When you say you've been around him a lot, how often were you around him?
I don't know.
Do you hear yourself when you said you FaceTime Thug?
Say it again.
Did you hear when you said you FaceTime Thug?
I heard I say something. I can't recall what I said. I have a hearing problem.
I'm now going to play on that same date, 3:47:40 to 3:47:41. Do you hear when you said you called FaceTime on Thug? You called Thug on FaceTime for Kel.
Your ear better than mine.
All right. Did you hear you say Thug FaceTime me back?
Your ear better than mine.
So again, have you used FaceTime to speak with Thug?
I don't recall.
All right.
Oh shit! I don't recall.
Now, when using FaceTime, have you previously told investigators why you understand people to use FaceTime? The reason why your friend group uses FaceTime?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm gonna overrule the objection. Or put it this way, subject to more foundation.
Why do you use FaceTime?
I don't use FaceTime.
Have you ever used FaceTime?
Objection asked and answered.
Overrule, sir.
Have you ever used FaceTime?
People have FaceTime me.
Through 1:26:43.
All right.
And FaceTime them right in your face and let you hear these niggas talk. Because they think that FaceTime can't be monitored, which is stupid. Every last one of these niggas talk on FaceTime.
And I'm going to conclude that at 1:25:45. Do you hear yourself when you say?
Objection to repeating.
Excuse me.
I'll sustain the objection.
What is the reason why FaceTime is used?
Huh?
What is the reason why FaceTime is used?
What you mean?
Overrule, sir. You can have a continued objection. You can answer the question, sir.
Did you hear yourself in the video say?
Overrule, gentlemen, Mr. Sharp, Mr. Steele.
FaceTime is used because it can't be monitored.
That's what I said.
Thank you so
You
much.
heard yourself say that in the video.
I told you I got a hearing problem.
Would you like me to play it back for you?
You can play it. If I can't put it in my ear, I won't be able to recognize what I said. It's the sound of it.
I understand.
Boom. Still not back yet? Damn, still gone. Okay.
Have you ever heard of 30?
Sally, thank you so much for the five. I said Sally. I look closer now. Salty. Yeah, I'm sorry. Salty C. Thank you so much for the 5 memberships. Appreciate that. Gracias. Been riding with me for a while. Thank you so much for that. If you're a new member, go check out the front page of my YouTube. I have a members playlist. There's all kinds of videos on there. You got to scroll back a little bit, but there's some crazy. There's recent ones, but I have some nutty stories. If you're wanting to look at some of the craziness, check it out.
You said, have I ever heard
This witness is unstoppable too. This guy's not budging.
30 deep?
Yes.
Yeah.
And what's 30 deep?
Don't worry about what 30 deep
What you
is,
mean?
man. Yeah, I don't know what 30 deep is.
How have
Don't.
you heard of that term, 30 deep?
Why are you
Have I
stressing?
heard of the term 30 deep?
Yes.
I don't know. He's just playing like dumb. He knows.
Can you
but
ask
he's
me in a way
playing.
I can understand?
Sure. You said you've heard of 30 deep. You said you've heard of it, 30 deep.
I know about 30 deep.
Okay. What do you know about 30 deep?
What you mean?
This,
What do I know
this
about
guy's
it?
something
So
else.
you said you know about 30 deep. What do you know about 30 deep?
You hear say the whole number of problems with that question. I object.
I'm overrule the objection.
Bruh. His facial
It's 30
expressions,
deep.
dude.
Objection deleted.
I stay in the objection.
I haven't asked the question.
All right,
Damn.
you can go ahead and rephrase now.
What is 30 deep?
Bev with her wig.
My neighborhood.
Is 30 deep a gang?
Ooh. Yo, he has like the looks on his face is just.
Huh?
Is 30 deep a gang?
Is it a gang?
Yes, sir.
And what you define as a gang?
No, it's a library book meeting club.
How do you define a gang? Or do you? Let me strike that.
Hold on one sec. I need to clip something. Is this one? Oh. Over here. A song came into my head. I'm going to clip this real quick. I'm unstoppable. You can't shake this guy.
The next photo that was displayed was
Okay. Let's continue.
Is 30 deep a group of individuals?
That's what that means. A group of people, yeah. So I saw some people calling him dumb, but he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. He's
Meaning?
You said 30 deep is your neighborhood.
Yes, it's my neighborhood.
Okay. Is 30 deep a group of people in your neighborhood?
No, it's just, I don't know.
we just hang out, man. We just chill. There's 30 of us hanging out.
Is it a group of people from your neighborhood?
I just know my neighborhood, I was growing up, I used to hear 30 deep a lot.
And when you heard of 30 deep, what did you understand it to? What was your understanding of it?
It was cool.
And when you say it was cool, what do you mean?
Like, I thought it was cool. I just see and heard people say 30 deep.
And when you saw and heard people say 30 deep, were they talking about people together?
Overrule, sir.
Speculation.
I'll stand that.
When you heard people talk about 30D, what was your understanding of what they were
they have a
talking
presser?
about?
Okay.
I heard rappers say,
They're saying, I didn't know there was a press conference going on. I did see somebody mention in the chat, but I didn't realize. Yeah, apparently, let's see. Gilgo Beach murder killer. I don't know if we're going to have enough time to watch it before they come back, but we can start.
Listening in, we'll take it full screen,
They
listen
haven't
in
started
live,
yet.
and then discuss this quote-unquote surprising new evidence regarding the family right after the press conference.
I want to see the pimp attorney that was going crazy accusing everybody. I want to see that guy. The pimp. They haven't started yet. I could set up.
Hi, I'm Nicole Hockley from Sandy Hook Promise, and I've been.
I don't know. I heard Gucci Man rap about it. I heard like Jeezy rap about it. I don't know.
Have you ever been a member or an associate of 30D?
I don't know what associate mean.
Have you ever been around a group of people who identify themselves as 30D?
Have I ever been around a group of people that identify themselves as 30D?
Yes.
I know someone who I guess they say was 30D.
Did you ever consider yourself 30D?
No.
Okay. What about, did you ever consider yourself part of DRC?
No, I consider myself 372.
And what is that why your Instagram was Woody372?
My Instagram, Woody vs. Woody.
Back in 2014, did you have the Woody372 Instagram?
I told you I don't recall the Instagram. Back then they had several fake accounts.
John Ray, yeah.
With my name in it, but it wasn't mine.
He's nuts. His pressures are insane.
Sure, go right ahead.
Lieutenant Tully, we were talking just before the break about the search on January 29th, 2022. Obviously, it's important to be accurate in terms of the memorialization of things that are found of note during a search, correct?
Yes.
And the way that you normally would memorialize something like that would be in a police report, correct?
That's one method, yes.
You might have personal handwritten notes that
I might.
would attend a search, correct?
Yes,
You might videotape part of it or all of it,
I could.
and then you could photo document it as well.
Yes,
But ultimately, the circumstances surrounding how something was found or what was found at the time is best done in a memorialization in a police report, correct?
that is one method,
And
yes.
that is the official record of what was done at the time and who did it, correct?
Yes,
And you did, in fact, draft a police report as it pertains to the search that was done by the CERT team on January 29th, 2022.
yes.
Mayor Pro Charmer?
Yes.
If you would take a look at the face page of that and tell me if that looks familiar to you.
It does.
Is that your report that you utilized? Is that the report that you wrote, rather, not utilized? Is that the report that you wrote documenting the search that was conducted that we've testified to in front of this jury?
Yes.
What's the date of that report?
February 10th, 2021, which was a typo, should be February 2022.
Okay, so February 10th, 2022 was the date that you memorialized the information about the search, correct?
Yes,
Obviously, that was much, much closer in time than today, correct?
yes,
Or yesterday, correct?
correct.
If you turn to paragraph 3, could you review that paragraph and tell me, after you review it, if that refreshes your recollection about exactly what you indicated was found by you and the CERT team on January 29th, 2022?
My recollection of what was located remains the same. I do see that the report states that it was a piece of clear plastic.
Okay. So, in fact, your report says that at approximately 17:45 hours, which is what time?
5:45 p.m.
The CERT team located, quote, a piece of red plastic, correct?
Yes.
And then it goes on to say it was consistent with brake light material from a motor vehicle, right?
Yes.
Then if you look down a couple of other sentences, you talk about the shoe that was then recovered, correct?
Yes.
Then if you look at the second to the last sentence, a few feet south from the sneaker, a piece of clear plastic consistent with clear lens of a motor vehicle was located, correct?
Yeah, the quote is a second piece of red plastic. Yes.
Well, actually, the sentence before that, sentence just above that, starting with a few feet south.
Yes.
It reads, a few feet south from the sneaker, a piece of clear plastic.
That's not what it says.
Oh,
Would you like me to read it?
Oh, read it for him. No,
Sure,
let him read it for you.
The sentence is several feet south of the clear plastic.
Lieutenant Tully,
Sorry.
sentence above that, before that.
A few feet south of the sneaker, a piece of clear plastic consistent with clear lens of a motor vehicle was located.
Right. So in your lexicon, a piece means singular, does it not?
Yes.
If you meant pieces, you would have written pieces. You're educated, correct?
Allegedly.
Oh, he's passing.
So clearly, from this report that was memorialized on February 10th, you indicated that
And
a
he kept a
piece
straight
of clear
face.
plastic
He's
was
AI.
located
I'm telling you, he's AI.
consistent with clear lens from a motor vehicle, right?
That's what it says.
Okay. Then, well, it's not just what it says, it's what you wrote.
Correct.
Right. Then the next sentence, which is the sentence you were about to read, go ahead and read that for me as well.
Several feet south of the clear plastic, a second piece of red plastic was located.
Okay. Simple math. According to your report on February 10th, a piece of red plastic was found first. Then a piece of clear plastic was found. Then a piece of red plastic was found thereafter, correct? According to that report.
Yes.
Then you go on in the following paragraph to reiterate, just to clear up any doubt about what was found. And the last sentence reads, the sneaker and 3 pieces of plastic were secured as evidence, correct?
Objection.
See, overruled, I don't know. What's the objection?
Form.
No, I'll allow it.
Is that what it says?
Yes.
Okay. Then yesterday, you were asked to open these 2 evidence envelopes, correct? The evidence bags.
Should I take a look?
Oh, of course, yes. May I approach you?
Yes.
Sorry. 570,
Let's see if he's
571.
going to get him. Let's see if Jackson can pull it off. All right, the pimp is talking.
Those are the bags that you opened yesterday, correct?
Yes.
You indicated yesterday in front of the jury, you didn't indicate, you pulled out 2 pieces of clear plastic, did you not?
I did.
Okay. That was in bag, I want to say that was in bag 570. Why don't we do this? Can you please open, with the court's permission, can you please open bag 570, I'm sorry, evidence, exhibit 570 in that bag, and just look inside.
I didn't bring gloves with me, Your Honor.
I think there might be some on the stand
Oh,
there
thank you,
inside
Your Honor.
that.
Attorney Jackson, could you just repeat your request again, make sure I have it correct?
Of course, Lieutenant. Let's start with 570.
Okay.
I don't remember which one it is, so if you could just open it and look inside and describe for us which items are inside that bag.
So 570, the description is pieces of red hard plastic taillight cover contained inside this bag.
Look down in there and tell me, do you see red plastic pieces?
Yes.
Okay. Yesterday, you pulled out 2 pieces and indicated that's what was contained in the bag, correct?
Correct.
Take another closer look.
There's a 3rd piece.
As I take a closer look, there are 2 pieces and there is a very small fragment that remains in the bag.
Can you pull that fragment out as well?
You can't even see it. There you go.
Okay. You can go ahead and replace that. So in total, Lieutenant Tully, how many pieces of red plastic are in that evidence bag?
As we sit here today, there are 3.
Thank you. So you close that. Open up the second bag. I'll go ahead with the court's permission. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
So what? Like, what's the point? Or they're just saying maybe they didn't document things properly. Pimp attorney.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
If you wouldn't mind, the next bag is Exhibit 571, is that right?
Yes.
Could you please open that and let's go through the same process? Just look inside and tell us what you see.
Inside 571, there are 2 pieces of clear plastic.
You can go and replace those. May I approach?
The BFLA, I don't know if it's immediate relevance. Just being. Oh. He's talking about the press conference. Yeah, I'm gonna play right now on the second channel.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Those 2 bags are supposed to represent what was found by the CERT team on January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
There's 5 pieces of plastic, 3 red, 2 clear, correct?
As we sit here today, yes.
My question, Lieutenant Tully, is where did the other pieces of plastic come from?
Be more specific? Which pieces?
Where did the extra 2 pieces of plastic come from?
Auntie Bev.
Well, it appears to me that small fragment I pulled out may have potentially come from the larger piece.
Right.
The
Common
other-
sense.
Just to clear that up, you believe, as you sit here, that smaller piece was broken off from one of the larger pieces?
Again, I'm making a big assumption here at your request.
Okay.
So,
your request,
yeah, that's what it appears to me by looking in the bag.
And by the way, Lieutenant, this isn't a trick question. I'm not asking you to assume anything. You were there.
Oh, please, not a trick
and
question.
you recovered the pieces. And you described recovering 3 items of evidence, correct?
No.
Didn't you just read in your report? I'll read it again. Last sentence. The sneaker and 3 pieces of plastic were secured as evidence.
That's 4. That's 4.
Sorry, I said items of evidence. Items of plastic. Let's leave the sneaker out of our discussion for the time being. Okay. You were the one that conducted the search, correct?
The CERT team conducted the search. I was present.
You analyzed the search.
Yes.
You were there photographing the things that were covered in the search,
Yes.
and ultimately you were responsible for bagging those items up, correct?
Yes.
There are 5 items in that bag, or in those 2 bags, right? Just the plastic.
Correct.
And yet your report very clearly says there were 3 items of plastic evidence recovered at the scene, correct?
Yes.
So my question, once again, is where did the extra 2 items come from?
They planted
Pieces
it.
of plastic.
Well, as memorialized on the bag, it says pieces of clear plastic. So I'll take the hit that my report does not properly memorialize it. But I would argue that the handwritten notes on the bag that are contemporaneous to the collection of the evidence would be more accurate, as is in my memory of 2 clear plastic things being collected. Now, as to the 3rd piece, again, I'm making an assumption that it appears that that is a small piece that was separated from the other 2 pieces.
You don't know that small piece separated from the other 2 by being
They
broken
don't have
off.
anything else.
No,
Like,
I don't.
move on to something else. That's all they
It's a
have.
guess on your part, right?
It's a guess. The
Tell
bags
like
were, out of our custody at the crime lab for a period of time. They had done an analysis.
Start the stream.
We did an evidence review with you, yourself, and other defense counsel on December 1st of last year. We pulled all the evidence out. It was memorialized by your investigator, and it was put back in the bags.
You didn't see our investigator snapping pieces off the plastic, right?
He did not.
Jackson, he's trying so hard.
I want to
I'm
shift
telling you,
gears for a second.
You can't
Lieutenant,
move this
and
guy.
talk a little bit
And
about
he's
the
open
cell
for
records
emotional
that you
reaction.
testified to.
He's just going.
Specifically, the Verizon call records that you testified about during your training, the 200 plus hours of training that you've had. You've learned how to read Verizon records to determine cell towers that are used in your investigation, correct?
Yes.
You were also taught how to read Verizon call records to determine the sector or the side that a cell tower is pinging, for lack of a better word, called a cell face, correct?
Yes.
All right. One of the
Bieber, what's up? Wild Things is calling him out. Said, "Yo, you still don't get the piece
Yes.
of the report."
Now, one of the documents that you rely on pretty heavily is ultimately it's a call record that gives you certain information provided by whoever the carrier is, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, whoever, right?
Yes.
Do you recognize the document that's in front of you or the portion of the call record that's in front of you?
It appears to be a portion from the call detail records we referenced earlier.
Okay. My questions about this are relatively simple. There is a sector number that provides information that describes the directionality, if you will, of the target phone number, which part of the cell tower that target phone number or that target device was facing, correct?
Yes.
In your maps, did you include any of the cell face data about which portion of the cell tower was pinging vis-a-vis the phone that was being tracked?
No. Can I explain why I made that decision?
Please do.
When the trouble with depicting and making exhibits when relative to cell phone records is you don't want to make the map too complicated. So as I describe it to the jury, I want to make sure that the record is clear. Now, I don't typically will use the sector as part of my maps. I would argue that it gives greater deference to the defendant because the phone could be anywhere within a 360-degree area of the antenna opposed to a narrower 120-degree area around that antenna. So for the purposes of making a clear depiction, I typically will not use sector unless it's absolutely important to show that a handset was in a specific location.
And so you did not include the sector information on the maps that you provided, both to Mr. Lally and that you showed to the jurors provided us, correct?
Yes, as relative to the CSLI ones, yes.
So in point of fact, according to the map at least, wherever that little triangle is, that red triangle that you use to denote the cell tower or the antenna, the responsive phone, the device, could be anywhere on a 360-degree azimuth from that antenna, correct?
Yes.
I want to ask you about the one map that was related to 5:20 a.m. to 5:37 a.m. Remember that?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. There were several maps shown. Copy. May I approach?
Yes.
Let's see. Jackson, Action Jackson.
That's a copy of a page of an exhibit that's already been marked and entered into evidence. You recognize that?
Yes.
And that's a copy of your map that you did dealing with ENBID 57021, correct?
Yes.
And the time frame was 5:20 a.m. to 5:37 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And by the way, do you know what ENBID stands for?
No, that's why the legend key is helpful. It's node is the NB, but I'm unsure on the E.
Evolved Node B Identifier, right?
Is that a question? Yeah, that's possible. Yes.
It is my question.
Okay.
Refresh your recollection. That's what it means.
I'd have to look at the key again, but that sounds right.
So an evolved, if that's what it stands for, an evolved Node B identifier, and then a series of numbers after that is simply sort of the proper name for a particular tower.
Correct.
No two towers have the same ENBID, correct?
Correct.
Okay. With regard to, and I'm just going to call it ID 57021, do you see what appears to be, on your map, what appears to be the cell tower that is associated with that ID number, 57021?
Yes.
Okay. And there's one address that's denoted on your map, correct? that 34 Fairview?
No, there's multiple.
Okay, what are the other addresses that you noted on your map?
One Meadows Ave and Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Okay. May I approach you?
Yes.
I wonder who's next.
If I could hand you another map, does that appear to be a Google map?
Yes.
Does that generally track the map that you created, the darker map you created? Meaning it's the same basic scale?
It is not the same scale.
How much different is that scale?
The one you handed me is a zoomed in version of the map I created.
Okay. Do you recognize it as being a true and accurate reflection of a Google map that's just zoomed in a little bit on the same basic area?
As you just described, it appears to be Google Map
Okay.
creation.
And you see two addresses that are denoted on that Google map?
Yes.
What are those two addresses?
34 Fairview Road and 12 Country Lane.
And as you look at that Google map with both of those, given your experience with both of those addresses, do those appear to be denoted accurately on that Google map?
It does. I would note that you can't see the roads really on this map that you handed me.
Understood. I'm not going to ask you a question about
It's kind of it's a white blur, so it.
Okay. But does it look like that's where 34 Fairview is and that's where 12 Country Lane?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I'm going to ask you for the third item that's denoted on the map, and that is the cell tower 57021. Do you see that denoted on the map?
Yes.
Does that appear to be generally accurate in terms of the spatial location of where that cell tower is?
Yes.
Move for the admission of that item, that document.
Objection.
Might as well.
Sorry.
Might as well admit it.
Thank you.
Messes the book club. I think they play check. 30 deep.
Thank you. Taking a look at that exhibit, would you agree that the cell tower 57021 is significantly closer to what's denoted as 12 Country Lane, the McCabe residence, physically as a crow flies, than it is to 34 Fairview?
I would not characterize it as significant.
How would you characterize it?
That it is closer.
Okay. May I publish, Sean?
Okay.
Take a look. Just a second. Take a look at the upper portion, upper right portion of the map that I just highlighted. What does that denote?
The cell tower that we previously mentioned, 57021.
Okay. And then there's a line just a straight line from that cell tower down to this location. What is that location?
It's denoted on this exhibit as 34 Fairview Road.
Okay. And do you see a legend indicating scale? How far that is?
I see numbers and miles written on there.
Does that appear to be reflective of given your understanding and your experience with this location or these locations, does that appear to be a relatively accurate delineation of the distance between the cell tower and that location, and that address?
Thank you.
I don't know the distance between the cell tower and the address off the top of my head.
Would you agree that it's around 2 miles?
It's roughly 2 miles.
Okay. Then I'm going to ask you to take a look at the same proximity, cell tower on the top of the screen, and then the address at 12 Country Lane. Do you see those two items denoted on the map?
Yes.
And do you see the approximate distance between those two items?
See it on the map?
All right. And does it appear to you that the distance from 12 Country Lane looks like it's less than half the distance to 34 Fairview?
I wouldn't characterize it as it appears to be less than half.
How would you characterize it?
My understanding of that area, I would say it's at least a mile between those two locations as the crow flies.
Okay, meaning between the cell tower and 12 Country Lane?
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
And it indicates approximately a mile, correct?
It does indicate that.
Okay. And the other location indicates approximately 2.4 miles, right?
It does indicate that.
All right. So would you agree that a mile is less than half of 2.4 miles?
I would agree a mile is less than half than 2.4.
Thank you. We can take that out. You also noted that there were two cell towers much closer to 34. There are two cell towers much closer to 34 Fairview than the 57021, correct?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, you already noted that for the jurors that say at 6 a.m. or 6:05 a.m. and thereafter, when it's clear that Ms. Reed was at 34 Fairview and they found the body of John O'Keefe, that her phone was relaying to those two towers varies, bouncing back and forth, correct?
Yes.
Those two towers are 57171, correct? Sorry, I don't mean to test your memory like that. I can. There we go. Can I approach?
Yes.
This is just this grand jury stuff, the same stuff that you should know. I'm just going to give you that packet, Lieutenant. Like I said, it's not a memory test. If that helps refresh your recollection of the name of the two towers closest to 34 Fairview. Do you have that in mind?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the two towers closest to 34 Fairview are 57171, correct?
Yes.
And 57286, is that right?
Yes.
And both of those towers picked up Miss Reed's signal at 12:33 a.m. and again after 6:03 a.m., correct?
You asked me about 12:33, so it's okay if I'm going to refer back in the exhibit?
Of course.
And that is correct. It hit the 57171.
And then after 6 a.m., it was also picking up, bouncing, I think you said bouncing back and forth between 57171 and 57286.
Yes.
Both of those towers were picking her up.
Yes.
Importantly, though, between 5:20 and 5:37 a.m., neither of those two towers ever picked up her phone or any signal from her phone, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So based on those facts, it's far more likely that Karen Reed was actually at Jennifer McCabe's, and on her way to Jennifer McCabe's at and around 5 a.m. than going to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I approach this to retrieve?
Sure.
I mean, the 5 a.m. thing, I don't know, it's not a secret, right?
I just wanted to
That's
make
she
sure
went to Jen
that-
McCabe.
Oh, I'm sorry. That goes with that, I believe. Oh, you handed me that. Here's the marked item.
I'm unstoppable!
There were two other documents you had handed me previously that are not marked.
Thank you, Rod. I just want to touch very briefly on the ranging data, the RTT records. What does RTT stand for?
Depends on who you ask from Verizon, either range to tower or round trip time.
Have you ever heard real-time tool?
I have.
Okay, so that's the RTT has several acronyms, but real-time tool is one of them, correct?
Yes.
The RTT data is what you earlier described as a ranging data or access distance, correct?
I didn't use the term access distance. I know that Verizon may, but I said ranging.
So it's just in common vernacular, it's the distance from the tower or from the antenna to where the signal is going, correct?
Yes.
All right. May I approach one more time?
Yes.
Come on.
Could you please review that and tell me if you recognize what's depicted on that document?
I recognize it to be one of the entries from the RTT report for the account we're talking about.
I'm sorry. And it's around 5:18 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you utilize this report or portions of this report, including this entry, to come up with your data, especially as it relates to ranging data, correct?
Yes.
Do you see the column on that document called cross duration sex, right? Procedure duration sex.
I do.
What does that mean?
That is the amount of time in which this communication occurred.
Okay. Am I correct in understanding that the length of time for the RTT event is calculated in seconds, correct?
It is.
All right. Do you see the row in the exhibit that indicates the time 5:18 a.m.?
Yes.
And do you see a column that's labeled procedure start time?
Yes.
And right next to it, there's a procedure end time, correct?
Yes.
Are those the start times and the end times that you earlier testified to in front of the jury about the event in question at 5:18 a.m. or thereabouts, the start of the interaction or the communication with the device and the end of the communication with the device?
Yes.
When you say communication with the device, what does that mean? What are you referring to? A phone call, a text, something?
We don't know. As I testified to, the ranging reports will create entries even unbeknownst to the user. So I have no information with this record before me about what the user was or was not doing with the phone.
But your testimony is that those two arcs that we saw, those respective arcs that we saw, your testimony is that this RTT data, in your view, establishes that she was on the device, not she, but the device was on the first arc at the start time, and it was on the second arc at the end time.
I'm going off the ranging that they give me.
And then you created those two arcs. I'm just trying to make sure I understand what the definition of those two arcs are in your map.
The definition comes from the first distance and last distance, which is denoted on this exhibit you have in front of me here.
Okay, and the first distance is what?
0.82 miles.
Okay, and the second distance is, from memory, I think it's 0.97?
Correct.
All right. That's a difference of what? We do the math.
1.5 miles.
0.15 miles, correct?
Excuse me, yes.
Okay. And do you see the procedural duration column indicated on that document?
I do.
Okay. And the procedure duration column indicates 0, doesn't it?
Yes.
However, if we look very closely at the start time and the end time, they're not actually the same times, are they?
Correct.
There's a difference in those two times. Can you tell the jurors what that difference is?
It is 4 thousandths of a second.
0.004 seconds, correct?
Yes.
And you testified that you believe that the start and end distances for the RTT event in question indicate two different locations for that device. In other words, the start time, it was on the first arc. The end time, it was on the second arc. You don't know where on the arc, but somewhere on those two arcs.
Using the ranging data, I created a map. And
I understand.
that's what I did.
Okay. And so the device would have moved from the first arc to the second arc, correct?
Yes.
Right. You're familiar with, obviously, the formula to determine speed using distance and time, correct?
Yes.
All right. Can you calculate for us the speed that the device would have traveled to go from the first arc to the second arc over a distance of 0.15 miles in 4 thousandths of a second?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. Let me see if I can help. So distance,
Hey, Jackson.
sorry, speed is calculated as distance divided by time, right?
Yes.
If you divide 0.15 miles by 4 thousandths of a second, you come up with 37.5 miles per second. Would you agree?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can you do the calculation in your head?
No, sir.
Do you need a calculator?
I would.
Your Honor, if
I'd like to see counsel at sidebar, please.
Consult sidebar. Sidebar. The judge is not having it, I guess. Auntie Bev. All right. Today doesn't seem like it's. I thought it was gonna be more interesting, but I mean, this stuff is important. They gotta go through it. I get it, but I'm unstoppable. This guy's AI, man. I'm surprised he couldn't calculate that shit. He's AI, man. Yes, Lily just said it. This guy's unshakable. Jackson can't get him. A song came into my head. I even Google searched this. Unstoppable is the first thing that came into my head. Oh, is this one? Oh. You can't shake this guy.
The next photo that was displayed was.
But yesterday you testified that you found 3 pieces of plastic, and in your report, you reported that you found.
Sally.
And your
You
report
can't
says
shake the
3 total
robot.
pieces. And your
You
report
can't
says
shake the
3 total
robot.
pieces of plastic, doesn't
He's
it?
AI. You can't shake this guy. He is the chat GPT of testimony.
Do you have your report with you? I thought you were going to ask the other question first with your numbers.
I can. Let me ask you, so you don't have to sit there with a cell phone in front of you, let me ask you if you would agree with this, that 0.15 divided by 0.004 is 37.5.
I'd have to write it out. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
If you had a calculator in front of you, could you do it?
I could.
You don't have your cell phone with you.
I do not.
With the court's permission, I've got mine right here, I can turn it on, or my co-counsel has one.
How about, can you use Madam Court Reporter's cell phone and do that? She's closest.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Court Reporter.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could divide 0.15
Misty, thank you.
by 0.004, let me know what you come up with.
37.5.
So that would be, given the fact that the distance, as calculated, as indicated on that record, the distance is 0.15 miles over the course of 0.004 seconds, right?
No, I would push back as to when the distance was being created. That's the first distance and last distance.
Correct. What you indicated was the cell phone or the device was on the first arc during the first time, and the start time, and on the second arc at the end time. All I'm asking is some basic math. So you would agree that if the calculation we just did, or you just did, is 0.15 miles divided by 4 thousandths of a second, that is 37.5 miles per second, to stay consistent, miles per second, correct?
But I don't agree with the premise of the question. So
You don't have to agree with the premise of the question. I'm asking you about the math.
Oh, the math is correct, yes.
The math is correct, right? It's miles per second, correct?
Yes.
Based on that calculation. In order to get to miles per minute, you multiply it by 60, correct?
Yes,
Can you do that for me, please?
Madam Clerk. The question again, sir, I'm sorry.
Yes. Multiplying 37.5 times 60 would give us miles per minute. What is that number?
2,250.
And if we wanted to go to miles per hour, which we're more familiar with, multiply it by 60 again, wouldn't you? And what's that number?
1,035,000. Excuse me, sorry. 135,000.
135,000 miles per hour, correct?
Yes.
So you would agree, if the premise is moving from the arc, the first arc, moving 0.15 miles to the second arc, over the course of 0.004 seconds, the device would have to be traveling 135,000 miles per hour, correct?
In your question, you said 1.5 miles travel. It's 0.15 miles. You corrected me. I'm going to throw it back at you, sir.
Yes,
Fair enough, fair enough.
Let's get it.
All right.
Let's get it. Shush.
0.15 miles over the course of 0.004 seconds, the device would have to be traveling 135,000 miles per hour. It's basic math, correct?
While I agree with that, I would push back. That's probably not what the record is indicating.
You would agree that that is physically impossible, correct?
For a cell phone, yes.
Right. And you would also agree that since that's impossible, you're not suggesting to this jury that the device moved from arc 1 to arc 2 in 4 thousandths of a second. That can't be what you're suggesting.
I'm not suggesting that.
Okay. In fact, what actually makes more sense is that the signal was moving to and from the device at light speed, 186,000 miles per second.
It does. Radio
waves move at what?
speed of light.
Speed of light, 186,000 miles per second, right?
Yes.
Okay. If, as you indicated on direct examination, if that return signal, the bounce, is in any way refracted, it takes a deviation, and it's not straight because of something like, I don't know, weather, precipitation, or snow, then it would take longer to get back to the intent, correct?
That's fair.
And that could be what's reflected in that map and the distance of the two arcs. Isn't that correct?
That's not my experience with these records.
But you do agree that, in fact, the device, as you indicated earlier, moved from arc 1 to arc 2 from the start time to the end time. That's impossible.
No, I'm saying that the records reflect that the first time the distance was created, marked, and the second time the distance was marked. That's what's represented on the map.
Right, but you said that those are reflective of the start time and the end time, which is 0.004 of a second apart.
No, I don't know that's when these distances were created. It doesn't say start of procedure distance. It says first distance, last distance.
Actually, it says...
Action Jackson, what you got? Action Jackson.
See if I got the copy of what I just gave you. I don't. Fair approach?
Yes.
Procedure start time, 5:18 and 19 seconds, 0.154, right?
Yes.
Procedure end time, 5:18, 19 seconds, 0.158, right?
Yes.
That's the difference. May I approach one more time?
Yes.
That's the difference. And that's the 0.004 of a second difference, correct?
Yes.
And on direct examination, you said the start time and the end time are how you calculated the two different arcs,
No.
correct?
No.
You changing your testimony?
No. The map says first and last, as reflected in the record, first distance and last distance. So one could hold the map and this record next to each other and figure out how I determined those locations depicted on the map.
AI's not bad.
It doesn't say start and end time. It says first and last.
But
Keep reaching. What all
you
these
said
motherfuckers are doing?
that it was the beginning of the communication and the end of the communication, which are both reflected on that document.
Jackson's coming back.
The start time and the end time. I understand what you're saying about the distance. It's 0.15. Nobody's arguing about that. You're saying, you said on direct examination that the distance was a difference between what time the first arc occurred and what time the second arc occurred. And there was a distance between it. And your testimony was the device moved from the first arc to the second arc. Just said it, right?
I'm saying the device moved from the first arc to the second arc, yes.
And it would be impossible to do that in 0.004, correct?
A cell phone, yes.
You did one last issue, and I'm gonna deviate from the cell tower stuff. You got information during the course of your investigation that eyewitnesses or an eyewitness placed a Ford Edge in front of 34 Fairview in the early morning hours of January 29, 2022, correct?
I'm familiar with that.
As the supervising investigator, by the way, you were familiar with the fact that the eyewitness placed that Ford Edge sorry, see if I can start that over. The eyewitness indicated that the Ford Edge was placed there sometime between 2:30 in the morning and 3:30 in the morning, correct?
I'm familiar with that.
All right. As the supervising investigator, did you do anything to investigate the circumstances of that Ford Edge being placed in front of 34 Fairview sometime between 2:30 and 3:30 in the morning?
Yes.
What did you do?
Well, we determined the veracity of that statement, and we want to make sure that the person who gave it is consistent and accurate and had a good vantage point of it. I have concerns about...
By the way, are you satisfied with that?
No.
Why not?
Oh, man, I'm not
Well, the person has given the statement multiple times, and it appears to have changed over those times. It also appears that the person observed this vehicle from a distance, and also the identification of a Ford Edge seemed highly suggestive the way that I had read the account of it. If I had done that as a police officer, this court would throw out that identification.
So, did you find out anybody in the Albert family, for instance, on the Ford Edge?
I don't recall off the top of my head if somebody...
Did you look at automobile registration records?
I did not know.
Did you task anybody else to look at automobile registration records?
I believe Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Mechanic had investigated that.
And do you have any idea what that investigation revealed?
I don't.
Did the Alberts own a Ford Edge?
I don't know as I sit here.
They did own a Ford Edge, didn't they?
Objection.
So the objection is sustained.
But nothing was done further that you're aware of to investigate the circumstances of that Ford Edge being seen and placed in front of 34 Fairview, right where the body was found, between 2:30 and 3:30 in the morning, right?
An investigation into the reliability of that witness was conducted.
So you just decided, and that investigation is, I didn't believe him, right?
No.
Bro, what the hell?
Yes. That's all I have.
Okay, Mr. Lally, anything?
Just briefly.
So as far as that last line of questioning, as far as the witness in the Ford Edge, you mentioned that there were several different stories, correct?
Yes.
Several different versions of the statement?
Yes.
And what were those different versions?
The first was that this person saw a Ford Edge in front of 34 Fairview. The next one that I can recall is that the person stated that they were not on Fairview, but on Cedar Crest, some distance away, looking at this vehicle in a blizzard. The person also self-reported that he was colorblind, and he was operating a larger motor vehicle. The third story was a concern about the time. The third story was as he arrived, the Canton police had the street blocked off at about 4 a.m. and he places this Ford Edge outside the residence at a time before that. So we know through our investigation that the Canton police didn't arrive till shortly after 6 a.m. So the witnesses' times are off as well.
As far as the what you termed as a highly suggestive ID with the Ford Edge, can you explain what you mean by that?
As I read the report, the investigator had asked a person, first a question. They stated that there was a vehicle in front of 34 Fairview Road. The witness was then brought outside, and the investigator allegedly pointed to a motor vehicle that was in a parking lot, and it said, "Is that it?" And the witness said, "Yes, that's it." And so it's suggestive in the fact that it would be a single photo identification, which, you know, as a police officer, I would not give somebody one thing and be suggestive, "Is this it?" Because as the courts have ruled, that's highly suggestive, and the person's more likely to adopt that description of whatever they're describing, opposed to if you use other methods.
Now, when you were being asked on cross-examination about certain distances from the house at 34 Fairview to the area where you had recovered items, repeatedly you had been asked about a distance of 30 feet, correct?
I did.
From the items that you recovered in the area that was described to you as where Mr. O'Keefe's body was located shortly after 6 a.m., is that 30 feet from the house?
No, where the items were a little further on the edge of the property, so it'd be closer to 40 or 50 feet.
And as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was located with reference to the curb or with reference to the street, how close was that?
From the curb, reports was about 10 feet from the curb.
And so the evidence was a lot closer to the roadway, a lot closer to the curb than it was to the house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained is too
As far as what, if anything, did you find significant between the location of the evidence in relation to and Mr. O'Keefe in relation to the roadway versus in relation to the house?
The pieces of evidence were physically on the roadway, on the pavement, or the curb.
Just one question as it applies to the Sally Port video from the Canton Police Department. Are you aware of sort of how those videos were recorded as far as when they stopped, when they started?
Not off the top of my head, no. But the ones we have in possession, no.
As far as, and I'm sorry, let me ask the question probably a little more succinctly, but with reference to, are you familiar at all with the camera system at the Canton Police Station?
Vaguely, yes.
As far as, do you know whether or not it's motion activated?
The Canton IT director stated that it was motion.
So the objection is sustained.
So let me ask you, are you aware that the cameras are motion activated?
Objection.
As to form, it's sustained.
What, if anything, are you aware as to how the cameras report?
Objection.
I'm going to allow
You approach.
it. Okay?
I don't know why they're fighting this so much. It's defense so hard. We know it's
You
motion
are
censored.
muted.
Bro. What I only listened to a little bit of this press conference. It's crazy. I'm gonna have to come back later and rewatch it on the main channel. Crazy, all kinds of weird stuff. Oh, they looked into the daughter's history of the serial killer, and she's a freaking weirdo too, apparently. I don't know. Gonna have to look at it later. Lord Almighty. Jeez. Man, I was shocked. I only watched it for a few minutes and I was shocked. What? The guy's been doing work. I kind of joked around a little bit, called him a pimp attorney. He has these really nice suits. I joked, but he's putting in work.
You are unmuted.
Sidebar. You're listening to
Lieutenant, when it came to the Sally Port video, at some point you did review them to some extent.
Yes.
Now, with the course of your review, what, if anything, did you note in reference to time? Was it sort of one long consistent, or did it jump?
It jumped.
And based on that, what, if any, conclusions did you draw as to how that video recorded?
It appeared to be motion activated. As these jumps occurred, it appeared to be triggered by motion.
Now, with reference to the items that were recovered on January 29th during the search team search that you were present for, in addition to your police report, how, if at all, were they memorialized?
On the exterior of the paper bags that they were contained in.
And when was that done? Before or after February 10th, when your report was written?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr.
When was the memorialization on the evidence bags done in relation to when you wrote the report?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
The difference would be the notes on the outside of the bag happened at the time of collection, and then I wrote my report 11 days later.
So, as far as your memory, as you sit here and testify today and yesterday, as far as the items that you took out of the bag, are those the same items that you recovered or were recovered by the search team on January 29th?
Yes.
Now, the information from the call detail records that Mr. Jackson presented to you, there was essentially two little columns, correct?
2 rows, yes.
Rows, excuse me. And was that sort of the entirety of what you reviewed as far as the call detail records in relation to generating the slides that were depicted to the jury?
No.
And sorry, may I approach on?
Yes.
May I see the exhibit? I'm sorry.
These are not marked.
The mark.
Which one?
Whatever the last one was, Mr. Jackson. Yes, thank you. May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
Showing you now what's been marked as Exhibit 577 with reference to what Mr. Jackson had given you earlier. Lieutenant, from what's depicted on there, what, if any, issues do you have with the depiction on that exhibit?
Like I mentioned, it's difficult to get a good sense of what we're looking at because the roads don't really appear on here. If they do, they're light and faint. There are the large black line kind of intersects with a lot of them, with the words of them. At the bottom, it looks like it's written map scale next to a scale, but I can't attest to the veracity of that. Those would be a couple problems I see.
Now, with reference to the slides that you created with the different time frames, not just the one single time frame. Again, the times that you observed or the location of the handset, of the cell phone of the defendants that you observed from the call detail records, were they consistent with other pieces of evidence that you had, whether it be video and or witness statements.
Yes.
And that would be consistent with the location of the defendant, correct?
Yes.
Now, we're asked some questions about speed and distance traveled. And you indicated that you did not agree with the premise of Mr. Jackson's question, correct?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what it was about the premise or
break it down.
what it was that you did not agree?
So while I agree it would be impossible for the phone to travel at that distance, I disagree with the premise that the procedure that it was being captured here and the distances may not be at the same time. So there may be the distance could have preceded the procedure, and the end distance could have been after the procedure. There are other ways to capture that information. Again, all I'm doing, and I'm at the mercy of the records, is illustrating them. I then take the next step in order to corroborate that information, ideally through video and other location-based information.
Now, in relation to speed, is that something that you've done in other cases with call detail records?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you weren't able to do it here or didn't do it here. Can you explain why not?
By speed, do you mean route of travel or?
Yes.
So if I have a more robust set of records, so again, we're at the mercy of Verizon here. We only got a limited number of records from the ranging data. With other cases, if the phone is much more chatty with the antenna, if there's more lines of communication, I've seen lines of communication as frequent as every couple of seconds or less than a couple of seconds. As I map those out, I can make more of a determination of maybe the route of travel of the cell phone. So as I put the first arc, I'll then place the second arc on a map and say to myself, how could a handset get from the first arc to the second arc? And I'll have a number of possibilities. I will then lay out the third arc. Okay, how could a phone get from the second arc to the third arc, and repeat that process, narrowing down the different possibilities. And oftentimes I'm able to determine the route of travel, send investigators down to that route, and we find corroborating information.
And again, why was it that you weren't able to do that with this information that you received from Verizon in this case?
We received a limited number of entries on this record.
And what, if any, relationship does that have to sort of the area or the geographic location as far as the town of Canton is concerned and the number of antennas they have?
Well, as respective to the number of records, it's a larger area the cell phone could potentially be.
So in no way in your testimony, in your slides or anything else, are you suggesting that the device or the handset or the defendant's cell phone was traveling at that speed, correct?
Correct.
So could you explain to the jury again exactly what those arcs mean and what you are explaining with reference to?
Those records have a start distance and an end distance. I take those distances, place them on a map, starting where the antenna is also in that record states it is. Draw a distance from that antenna, draw an arc at that distance with the radius being the distance that's on the record, and have an arc that's in excess of 120 degrees.
You're also asked some questions about whether causing some sort of interference or something in relation to the recording with regard to antennas or which antenna a device might connect to. You indicated that was not your experience with these types of records. Can you expound upon that?
The greatest predictor of what antenna a cell phone is going to use is distance, because like I said, the farther the handset is away from an antenna, the more degraded the signal is going to get. So that's the best predictor. But like I mentioned earlier, there are things that can disrupt a cell phone signal, which would cause a handset not to connect to the closest antenna. And that can be physical obstruction, precipitation, elevation, an antenna goes down for whatever period, or for whatever reason, causing it to connect to another antenna that is technically further away.
And so from your review of the call detail records and from your mapping from those various time frames contained within the slides we'll send to the jury, what, if anything, can you say from that material in reference to the other evidence collected as to the location of the defendant's cell phone during those relevant time frames?
Well, relevant, I'll zero in at 518. I would suggest that the defendant, her vehicle, and the cell phone were on Washington Street outside of Temple Beth Abraham at that time. That's one thing that I would be comfortable suggesting.
May I have a moment, Charles?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Jackson?
Very briefly, Lieutenant Tully, do you still have, I think it's 578, is it 578?
I have 577.
Is
578 is not marked yet.
oh, sorry. Where's the RTT record? Is that 577?
I have RTT records that are not marked in front of me.
May I approach?
Yes.
Move to admit.
So,
Objection.
right. So let's mark it for identification, Nelson. Just have the witness identify it.
Understand. I'm sorry, then that was letters.
Triple K.
Thank you. You're looking at triple kilo, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you created the arcs on your map, you also put on the map 5:18 a.m., correct?
Yes,
Where'd you get that number?
from the procedure start and end time.
So you did use the procedure start time and end time, correct?
To denote the time, but not, to denote the time on the slide, yes.
On the event, correct?
Yes,
All right, so the 5:18-19, I'm sorry, 5:18 and 19 seconds, and then, I don't have it in front of me, but .154, I think. Is that right?
yes,
That was the time that you used to establish that the device was on the first arc, correct?
no, I didn't use it to establish the arc, I used the distance to establish the arc, and I placed the time on the slide.
What time, Lieutenant Tully?
5:18,
The time that Verizon gave you as the start time, correct?
yes, they're both 5:18.
Speaking head amazing
So
hooray
there's a
fire.
start time and a start distance from the tower. In other words, the event took place at this distance at this time starting, correct?
No, you're using the wrong words. It says first distance.
I'm not using the wrong words.
Yes, sir, you said start distance. It's first distance.
Okay, fine. Okay, pick the words. First distance. Start time and first distance, correct?
Yes, those are on the record.
Right. Then Verizon gives you an end time, correct?
Yes,
And last distance, correct? Yes. And you created your arc based on the start time and first distance versus the end time and last distance, correct?
no, the time weren't associated.
You're saying no is because that would require the device to travel at 135,000 miles an hour.
Objection. If the witness could please answer the question.
So let him finish,
Okay, sure.
and then the objection to that is sustained. You can ask it differently.
Go ahead.
The times were not part of the depiction of the range. While I will suggest to you that it is probably unbelievable that those are actually start and end times. What I'm saying is we don't know for certainty that that is the exact time, the first distance and the last distance. I'd have to look back at the records, but I also say that we have corroborating evidence to say that that is accurate.
So you'd have to look back at the records, correct?
Yes,
That is your record.
No,
That's what you looked at, isn't it?
the record's key.
And where's the records key?
They were provided by Verizon.
Where are they, sir?
I don't have them in front of me.
Right. That's all.
Okay,
May we approach this briefly?
okay. Don't leave yet, Detective.
He's trying so hard. Hold up. What happened? What did I just miss? I was listening on my phone, but. Oh, they're approaching. I'm unstoppable. I'd say what I like about this witness. He's very stoic and in control. He doesn't let nothing get to him. He's very respectful to the entire time.
Lieutenant?
Not that one, Your Honor.
Okay.
You can't shake this guy. He is the chat GPT of testimony.
Do you have your report with you, Detective Lieutenant?
Not that one, Your Honor.
Okay.
Let's see. You can't shake this guy. He's the chat GPT of testimony. Witness testimony. This is not the one. We got to move to the next witness.
Sure.
This guy's a AI, artificial intelligence reptilian. We got to move on to the next one. Jackson's trying really, 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 really hard. And the defense has done a good job. I think they have done a good job. I'm just saying this is not the witness. Move on. Move on. Because I feel like after a certain point, desperation shows weakness. And it's just desperate. Just desperate. Like groveling. Trying. Anything you can do. Scraping. What did P. Diddy say? I like when you scratch and scrape, daddy. Well, I gotta add that. You know what? Let me add that to the clip I was gonna post on Twitter. Hold on. I like when you scratch and scrape, daddy. Diddy, I like when you scrambling. Where's that clip at? I want the. They gave me all this other bullshit. I want the shortest clip possible. I like when you're scrambling and scraping, daddy.
If I may have that exhibit.
Yeah, I love this drink. I like when you like this, Daddy.
Yeah, where you put my bag?
Daddy, I like when you scrambling and scraping for shit.
No, I got it.
Bro!
All right, your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Sergeant Brian Gallerani to the stand.
Who the hell is that? Sick.
You saw this with the evidence of the court and jury in the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you.
I do.
Thank you.
Yo, yeah. Tipsy, let's watch Rex later today. We got to watch it. It was great. He's still going.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
You are unmuted.
Afternoon. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Brian Gallerani, Gallerani.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm currently employed as a sergeant for the Needham Police Department.
Scrambling and scraping for shit. I like that.
You know, I've been practicing.
I graduated the academy January of 2006.
And how long have you held the rank of sergeant?
Just under a year.
Now, prior to you holding the rank of sergeant, what was it that you did within the Needham Police Department?
I was a detective from September of 2014 to
They're yelling about furry butt plugs in the press conference. Oh my gosh.
June of 2023.
Now, over the course of your work as a detective and sergeant with the Needham Police Department, what, if any, training have you received in regard to collection of biological samples?
As part of the sexual assault class I took in January of 2015, I was certified in DNA collection by the Mass State Police.
And can you explain a little bit to the jury about sort of what that certification process entailed or what it was that you did to become certified?
So I was specifically certified in buccal swabs, which is the process of collecting cells suitable for DNA comparison by swabbing inside of a person's cheek.
And that certification, is that up to date at this point?
Yes.
Now, at some point on January 16th, 2024, did you have occasion to collect buccal swabs or samples in relation to this case?
I did.
And fair to say, as far as your work with the Needham Police Department, you had no familiarity or work with the investigation on a Canton Police Department case?
Correct.
Or on a state police case involving incidents that occurred in the town of Canton?
Correct.
You didn't know any of the parties involved in the case?
I did not.
And so on January 16th, 2024, where did you go on that day?
I went to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in Canton.
And who, if anyone, did you meet with, or who, if anyone, did you collect samples from on that day?
I collected samples from Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor.
And can you explain to the jury just briefly as far as the process of your collection, as far as what physically did you do?
So I physically swabbed the inside of their mouths with cotton swab and collected the evidence, sealed it up in a buccal swab kit, photographed it, and brought it back to the Needham Police Department.
And when you brought it back to the police department, what did you do with it then?
I entered it into the evidence.
And did you do that in conformity, both the collection and the securing of the item, did you do that in conformity with your training and certification on buccal swab collection?
I did.
Now, with reference to those items, at some point were you informed that those items were to be transferred, transported to a voting technology lab in Lorton, Virginia?
I was.
And were there specific instructions as far as shipping was concerned that were provided by the voting technology lab?
Yes.
And the shipping that occurred in this case, was that in conformity with what Bodie had provided as far as the policies or protocols for shipping those types of materials?
It was.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further.
That's it? Okay,
Anything?
hey!
We have no questions.
All right. You're all
There's
set
something to
to
question.
Thank you.
I'm about to let him
Have a
go.
good day.
Next. I don't even have to tap the name out. Next.
Next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Mr. Nicholas Bradford to the stand.
Step right up. Watch the step forward.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
Forgive me, Your Honor. May I have just one moment?
Sure.
I'm unstoppable. I don't even know. Does it matter?
Good afternoon, sir.
I'll get you the name. I'll get you the name. Hold
Could
on,
you
one second.
please state your name
Previous
and
person?
spell your last name for the jury?
Yep. It's Nicholas Bradford.
Okay, so the previous person was Brian Gallerini, and he was the Needham Police Department, right? For anybody that wanted to know. And his qualifications were DNA collection, I guess. That's what it was, DNA collection. Really quick, really brief. Now we have, let me just get this name, Nicholas.
Could you
something.
please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yep. It's Nicholas Bradford, Bradford.
And sir, that microphone before you is adjustable. You can place it anywhere that's comfortable for yourself. Okay.
That witness was really quick, but I'm
And
glad. The other one.
what is it that you do for work, sir?
I'm a DNA analyst for Bodie Technology in Lorton, Virginia.
Okay, you're definitely going to have to keep your voice up, sir. Okay?
Oh, God. Don't let this woman turn off the AC on everybody. Make everybody suffer.
Sorry about that.
You,
Now, sir, if I could.
Sorry. It's Bodie Technology in Lorton, Virginia.
And for the record, Bodie is just spelled as far as B-O-D-E. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, sir, if I could just ask you some questions about your educational background, starting with your undergraduate. Where did you go for your undergraduate, and what, if any, degree did you receive from there?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Forensic Biology from Mercyhurst College in Erie, Pennsylvania.
And then, following your graduation with that degree, where did you go from?
I have a Master of Forensic Science in Forensic Molecular Biology from the George Washington University in Washington, D.C.
And whenabouts was it that you received that master's?
It was around about 2011.
And with relation to your graduate work and your work at Bodie, when did your work at Bodie begin with relation to your graduate work?
I started at Bodie at about 2009.
So during the course of your graduate school?
Yes.
And when you started with the Bodie Lab, what was the sort of position or what did you start doing when you began?
I was a DNA technician. We assisted the analysts with their case files, and we primarily operated the different robotics and the different processes in the lab.
And at some point over the course of your work there, you then became an analyst, is that correct?
Yes.
And about how much time elapsed, or how much time did you spend as a, excuse me, as a technician prior to becoming an analyst?
I was a technician for about a year, maybe two. And then I was in the data banking section as an analyst. And since then, I've worked in the high throughput casework group and the customized casework group.
Now, as far as your work within this particular field, have you had occasion to work at any other sort of labs or facilities?
Yes, for about 3 years, I worked at the Pennsylvania State Police DNA lab.
Now, Bodie Technology, as far as that lab is concerned, can you describe for the jury sort of what kind of lab that is? And let me ask you first by just about how many analysts work at Bodie Technology?
Somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe 100 analysts, give or take. We're a small private lab in Lorton, Virginia, and we do DNA work contracted through different police agencies throughout the country.
Now, in addition to police agencies, are there other types of entities that would that you would accept, or that would send submissions for DNA casework?
Yes, we do some international work with human identification and that sort of thing as well.
Now, as far as the lab at Bodie Technologies, is that lab accredited?
Yes, we are accredited through the National Standards Institute.
Yeah, for those wondering, Bodie, according to Google, Bodie is one of the most respected private DNA laboratories in the world. That's where this guy works at.
And can you speak a little bit about that sort of accreditation process and what it means to be an accredited lab?
Yes, so that the National Standards Institute has a set of criteria for DNA labs doing forensic work, and we are audited against those criteria every year, sometimes internal audits and sometimes external audits.
Is that accreditation at the lab, is that up to, the accreditation, is it current as of now?
Yes.
Now, with reference to your work as a DNA analyst, can you describe, just in general terms for the jury, what it is that you do in reference, what is it that you do in reference to your work as a DNA analyst?
Yes, so we take in evidence that's submitted to us. We process it through the DNA processing. So there are 4 basic steps to DNA. There's extraction, so that's where we separate out the DNA. And then there's quantification, and that is basically just us determining how much DNA we have to work with. The next step is amplification. So depending on the case and the different processes that we're going to use, we're targeting a number of different locations in the genome, and we're going to make millions of copies of each of those locations. And in each one of those copies, there's a little fluorescent tag that we can then detect in the detection step, and that's the 4th step. And then that from there, we have the DNA profile for that sample.
Now, with reference to the lab, as far as training is concerned, you mentioned that you spent at least a year or 2 as a technician prior to becoming an analyst. What are some of the training, specialized training in this area that you undergo as an employee at this lab?
Yes, so the training program involves a lot of scientific literature reading. There's a practical aspect to it where we're given known samples that we're to treat as if they were casework samples. So we process those as if they were casework. We have written and verbal exams, and we have a moot court exam at the end.
And you successfully completed each of those training sort of portions of, over the course of work with the lab?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a term known as a proficiency test?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is and how it relates to your work as a DNA analyst at Bodie Technology?
Yes, so part of our accreditation is we have to do proficiency testing twice a year. And that is when an outside company sends us known samples and we process them, again, as if they were casework. And then those results are sent to that outside company, and then we get the results back to see if we are proficient in those technologies or not.
And with respect to yourself, as far as the proficiency testing that you've undergone, what, if any, issues have you had with proficiency testing that you've undertaken?
I've passed all my proficiency tests.
Now, what is DNA?
So DNA is essentially the blueprint for a living thing. It's in most of our cells, and it's unique to an individual with the exception of identical twins.
Now, at some point in January of 2024, did you receive a particular assignment in regard to DNA analysis from a number of items that you received from Massachusetts?
Yes.
And specifically, can you describe the process as far as like when an item comes into the lab at Bodhi Technology, how it's sort of processed, or how from the time of receipt to the time that the item gets to you? Can you explain a little bit about that process?
Yes, so the item is generally sent via UPS or FedEx. It arrives in our secure evidence room. That room has limited access to only certain individuals. And from that point on, when it's received, a chain of custody is started for that shipment. And anytime anyone touches or uses that item, we need to check it out from the secure evidence room, and then that's all logged on the chain of custody.
Now, when something comes in, is it assigned a sample name or a case number or an ID number in some way, shape, or form?
Yes.
And is it also identified by sort of the corresponding numbers from the external vendor where it came?
Yes.
Now, in reference to Bodhi case number CCA 2416-0023, did you perform work in relation to that case?
Yes.
And there was a corresponding agency case number of 22-02184, is that correct?
Yes.
And that would have been from the outside vendor, or at least one of them, as far as the Massachusetts State Police crime lab, correct?
Correct.
So there were a number of items that you received. If you could identify them for the jury, what you received, and specifically sort of what you looked at.
Yes, so we received an apparent hair. We received an extract from a taillight from a vehicle, and we received 2 reference samples from 2 troopers from the Massachusetts State Police.
And in addition, was there a sample ID as far as the known standard?
Yes. So Bodhi gives it our own our own item number. So in this case, the 2 reference samples were CCA 2416-0023, R03, and the same number R04 for the 2 reference samples.
Now, if I could just ask you to further expound upon, as far as the CCA 2416-0023, which is E01. There was an agency sample ID, is that correct, that was attached to that?
Yes.
And what was that, sir?
So that was 3-6.1.
Is there a description that comes from the external vendor as well as to sort of what that item is?
Yes. In this case, the sample was a shaft end of hair from exterior passenger side rear panel.
There's a specific mass registration plate that's associated with that hair as well, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was 3GC684, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to the R03 and R04, those were vehicle samples, is that correct?
Yes.
And R03 specifically, as far as the agency description, what, if anything, was provided as far as that?
For R03, that was the buccal swab from Yuri Begetic.
And as far as R04?
That was the buccal swab from Michael Proctor.
Now, with reference to the extract portion, that was E02, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you know when you say extract, can you explain to the jury sort of what you understand that term to mean, or what is an extract as far as what you looked at?
Yes. So when I described the 4-step process prior to us receiving the item. So essentially the extract comes to us in a tube, and it's a liquid, and provided with that would be the negative control that was associated with it. So from that point, we have the quantification information from the lab that did the extraction. So then we would amplify and then detect the profile from there.
And just to be clear, as far as the EO2 that you were talking about, as far as the extract that you had received, what was the agency description on that extract?
So that was the sample from passenger side taillight with the same registration number, and that was labeled as an extract.
Now, in addition to that, there was a known blood standard, which you indicated was item or agency sample ID 8-1.1.1.
Yes.
And what was the agency description on the known blood standard?
That would be from, excuse me, sorry, that was the sample from John O'Keefe, the profile, I should say.
And so when you say the profile as what do you mean by that?
Yes, so the profile was generated by the Massachusetts State Police Lab, and then that profile was given to us to do a comparison.
Now, as far as the profile that was provided, as far as your observations of that, what, if any, issues did you observe in your observations of the profile that was provided by the State Police Crime Lab in Massachusetts?
It looked like a standard single source profile.
Now, starting with, as far as there was a STR processing that was conducted, correct?
Yes.
What does STR stand for?
It stands for short tandem repeats. And essentially what we're doing with that is it's the DNA process that we use in forensic testing, where the areas that we're amplifying are short repeats of the genetic sequence that repeat multiple times, and we're just measuring the number of times that sequence repeats. And those numbers together are the profile.
Now, as far as the profile from the, excuse me, the profile from the extract that you received as far as EO2, excuse me, from the passenger side taillight of the vehicle, what, if anything, were you able to determine based on your analysis and STR processing of that?
Yes, so we determined that it was consistent with a mixture of 3 individuals, including at least 1 male contributor.
And so, if you could just walk the jury through as far as the process, as far as the testing, what is it that you're actually doing in the lab? What are you looking at, and how are you making a comparison?
So once we have the DNA profile, like I said, we're measuring the number of times the sequence repeats at a given location. So we have a series of those. And then we compare that to the reference profile that we were provided, or that we generated for the 2 reference samples that we actually processed. And then we determine if it's possible that the individual whose reference profile it is could be a possible contributor to that mixture profile that we got from the evidence. And then we need to do a statistical calculation to determine the strength of that possibility of an inclusion.
Let me ask you a little bit about, as far as that statistical calculation, how is that done, or where does that come from?
So in this case, we did what's called a likelihood ratio. Essentially, what we're doing is comparing 2 explanations for the DNA profile that we observed. So if we have, say, person A, one explanation would be that the DNA profile is a mixture of person A and 2 unknown individuals. And then the other explanation would be that it's simply 3 unknown individuals and it's not person A. So then we compare those 2 explanations of the profile and determine which one is more likely.
Now, as far as the sort of reference samples that you had the DNA profile of John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And I'm sorry. Or starting that, you had the extract with the DNA profile with multiple contributors from the taillight.
Yes.
So then you have the known blood standards with DNA profile from John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And then you have the buccal samples from Yuri Buchanan and Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
And so with reference to those specifically, as far as the reference samples, is that what you're generating the DNA profiles from?
So we're comparing those references to the mixture that we obtained from the taillight. Yeah.
And so in your comparison, let me start with the known one as far as John O'Keefe. What, if anything, did you find from your comparison of the John O'Keefe DNA profile to the DNA profile from the taillight?
Yes, so in this case, when comparing the John O'Keefe profile, assuming a mixture of 3 individuals, it is at least 749 million times more likely to be observed if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown unrelated individuals than if from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. And we provide a sort of verbal qualifier to that because most people probably don't have a lot of experience with non-alien. So in this case, that would be very strong support for inclusion.
If you know non-alien, how many zeros are we talking?
So that would be the number with 30 zeros.
And so that would be a strong support for inclusion, correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to your comparison, with regard to your work as a DNA analyst, is there any kind of software that you use in the course of your analysis with regard to an STR mix?
Yes, when there's a mixture profile, we often use what's called StarMix, and it's essentially a computer program that we input the DNA profile, and it allows us to use a series of mathematical equations to help us interpret that mixture.
Was that done in this case as well?
Yes, and then we use that same program to run the statistics.
Now, with regard to the sample, the buccal sample attributed from Yuri Buchanan, did you run that for a comparison as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were your findings in relation to your analysis of that?
So in that case, assuming a mixture of 3 individuals, the DNA profile obtained is at least 46 million times more likely to be observed if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals than if from Yuri Begenik and 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. So that sounds confusing given what I just said. So the verbal qualifier for that would be very strong support for exclusion.
I'm sorry, very strong support for exclusion, is that correct?
Correct.
And then similarly, as you were testifying, what, if anything, did you find from your analysis comparison of the buccal sample or DNA profile from Michael Proctor?
Yes, so in that case, assuming a mixture of 3 individuals, it is at least 76,000 times more likely to be observed from 3 unknown unrelated individuals than if from Michael Proctor and 2 unknown unrelated individuals. So that would be strong support for exclusion.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but your findings with regard to the 3 samples is strong inclusion or strong support for inclusion of John O'Keefe, is that correct?
It would be very strong support for inclusion.
And strong support for exclusion of both Yuri Buchanan and Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
Now, sir, in addition to that, you had mentioned that there was an E01 sample that was a shaft end of a hair from the exterior passenger side rear panel of that same vehicle with the same Massachusetts license plate, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to DNA as it pertains to hair samples, can you describe for the jury sort of that process and so what is it that you're looking when you receive a hair sample as far as an extraction is concerned? How does that process work, or what are you getting that extraction from?
Yes, so when we have a hair, generally we'll take a look at it, and a forensic biologist will give their opinion on if it's likely that we'll obtain a profile from that hair, because hairs can be a little tricky. So in this case, the forensic biologist determined that the hair would likely not provide a great profile from STR testing, but we went ahead with it anyway, just because sometimes it does work. But in this case, we extract it, and that involves dissolving the hair and forming an extract like the other samples. And then we quantified the hair in this case. And the quantification that I used targets what is called autosomal DNA or nuclear DNA. And in that case, the results were below the limit of detection. So we did not process that sample forward for STRs because we would not have obtained a useful DNA profile from it.
Sir, if I could just take it back a little bit in that. Earlier in your statement right there, you just indicated that hair samples or DNA from hair can be a little tricky. Can you expound upon that and explain to the jury sort of what you mean by that?
Yes. A lot of times, hairs are, unless they have a root attached, they're not a great sample for nuclear STR testing. They can be, but it's sometimes hit or miss.
As far as what's actually being tested as far as STR when it comes to hair, it's not the actual hair. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I follow. Can you?
Let me ask you this. You're familiar with the term follicular tissue?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that means in relation to a hair sample and DNA testing?
Yes. So when there's a follicle attached, that's generally where you will get the nuclear DNA from, not the hair itself.
And the follicle would necessarily be attached to the root end and not to the shaft, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as autosomal DNA, can you explain what is autosomal DNA and sort of where does that come from within DNA testing?
Yeah, so you can think about that more as nuclear DNA. So that would be DNA that's in the nucleus of the cell. So that's what most people think of when they think of DNA. But there are there's other forms of DNA. So like, for example, mitochondrial DNA that exists outside the nucleus.
And as far as the testing that you performed in regard to this hair sample, that was STR testing, is that correct?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, what were the findings again with relation to the STR test?
Yes, so like I said, we quantified the hair and it was below the limit of detection. So we did not process that hair forward for STR.
Now, as far as that terminology, below the limit of detection, can you explain a little bit to the jury sort of what that means as it applies to the testing that you conduct?
Yes. So the instrumentation has a limit of detection. So there could be potentially small amounts of DNA there, but it's below the limit that we are confident to say that there is DNA present. So we would normally not process those samples forward.
Now, that hair sample, as far as the one that you tested, you mentioned that it was not initially advisable, I guess, for STR testing, and just went ahead and did it anyway, because sometimes it works. Is that correct?
Yes, it's usually worth a try.
And then beyond that, that hair sample within your lab, as far as Bodhi Technology, was that given to a different analyst for a different type of testing?
Yes, we decided it was worth a try to do mitochondrial DNA testing on the hair.
And is that a type of testing that you yourself perform?
No, that would not be me.
And why would it not be?
I was not trained in mitochondrial testing.
That's sort of a specialized subset as far as different training and different type of testing that occurs?
Yes.
Just in general terms, if you know, could you explain to the jury sort of the difference between what you've termed as nuclear or autosomal DNA versus mitochondrial DNA?
Yes, so very basically, the nuclear DNA is the DNA that exists in the nucleus. The mitochondrial DNA is the DNA that exists outside the nucleus in the mitochondria. And the mitochondrial DNA is inherited directly from the mother. So if you were to test maternally related individuals, they would have the same mitochondrial profile.
Twitter's making me laugh.
And that other analyst that conducted the mitochondrial DNA, familiar with who that person is?
Yes, that was test chart.
One moment.
How you guys doing? You hanging in? Today's not that crazy. I know it's not like a riveting day like... Was it yesterday? It was yesterday. Yesterday was crazy. Today
Thank you very much, sir. I have
more
no further
mild.
questions.
No further questions. All right, cool.
We have no questions.
Great.
Cool.
So you
I
are
love that.
all
Let's just
set,
move 'em on.
Mr. Bradford.
Thank you.
Very much. Okay, so jurors, we will
Oh, it might
take
be
our
lunchtime,
lunch and
actually.
break, and we'll have more witnesses here for you this afternoon. So let's say 40, 45 minutes.
All rise to the court, please.
All aboard!
Your Honor, may we approach the speaker?
Sure.
I just want to say again, thank you guys for watching me, because there's a lot of people streaming this. You know, so you could watch any of those other people. You could watch the news. So I appreciate you hanging out with me to watch it. Karen, she's been very facially expressive. I've seen a lot of her facial expressions. And she seems confident. Like the defense team has seemed pretty confident. I'm unstoppable. I walked out there to get Maddie's lunch, and she was like, "I know that song." She was listening to me sing it. If you see me getting up and walking away sometimes, I'm just going to check on her. Summer has started. The kids are out, and I wasn't expecting this trial to still be going in like June to the end of June, possibly into July. I don't want this to run into Alex Murdaugh. I really hope it doesn't, because I want to cover the Alex Murdaugh trial. It's going to be a short trial. It's a short trial, but I want to watch it. Should be interesting. That's the whole thing where this guy shoots a gun at a person on a set. It was supposed to not be loaded, apparently, with a real bullet. I don't know. They found the armorer guilty. Now it's Alex. Not Alex. I was gonna say Alex Murdaugh. Alec Baldwin. Mandy, did you clean your balloon knot today? That's such a weird word. Even if you were gonna, right? So like, it's such a odd. Like, even if you were gonna make fun of somebody's medical condition, which, like I said, I'm not like that. I mean, I don't know. But even if you were, that's such a balloon knot. Balloon knot. Did you clean your balloon knot? Proctor, he took the stand, but he said some really disgusting things. He took the stand, though. Some people were thinking he wasn't going to take it, or they were thinking he was going to plead the fifth. He didn't plead the fifth one time. And the other day, there was somebody on Twitter that bet, what was it, $300? That he wasn't going to do it. I was like, that's a little ballsy. I don't know. He did. He didn't do it. He didn't do it. There's people on Twitter still upset about the tweets. That's fine. I'm unstoppable. I've never... Well...
Mel, did you clean your balloon knot today? Rolling on the floor, laughing, rolling on the floor, laughing.
Kylie Rodney was very controversial, and that was very dramatic, and that whole situation was crazy. That's at the top of the list of craziness, for sure, I guess. And then maybe Karen Reed, I guess. A lot of divisiveness. Karen Reed. And this is a story, I honestly wasn't even interested in it. When I first covered the story, I mean, I was like, oh, let's check it out, but I don't see what's so special about this case. And now I'm all intertwined in this shit. Because I just want to know the verdict. I just want to know the verdict for Karen. Let me do this. Let's do a poll. On Facebook, I'll just ask you guys. I don't think I need to do a poll on Facebook. Facebook, I'll ask you guys a question. We don't have a lot of people today. The other day we were doing decent. Today it's the small group, the regular people that are normally around, which I appreciate. See them every day. I think sometimes people like the smaller group. But the poll is, have you ever done jury duty? And when I say have you ever done jury duty, it doesn't mean they called you and they sent you back home. Well, let me do this. Have you ever been a juror? Have you ever been a juror? So were you selected and you did a case? Amethyst Kingdom, thank you so much for the 4 months. You're the best, Mel. Thanks for the coverage. Thank you. Have you ever been a juror? And would you want to? Or hell no, you don't even want to. You're good. You'd rather just, be at home. Some people can't, and I get it because these people pay like $10 a day or some bullshit. Gypsy Lola, thank you for the 22 months. Give me a second.
All right, we're all set. So we'll see everybody in 40 minutes.
Court, all rise. Court stands 40 minutes.
What? Both these trials are epic. I want a lawyer to go as hard as steel, and I want friends that don't remember anything. Love you, Mel. Gypsy, thank you so much for the 22 months. Holy 22 months. Almost 2 years. Thank you. Lisa Love, thank you so much too for the year. Says, this man is a mess. Have a great day, Mel. Thank you. Past Nola, thank you for your membership. 2 months. I appreciate you signing up. Bieber, longtime friend and channel supporter. Thank you for the 5. Says, amazing. And Mandy, of course. Mel, did you clean your balloon knot today? All right, so the poll, and let me check Facebook too. Let me check Facebook real quick. Let's see what they said. All right. Glenda says yes. Mary says no. Okay. Jennifer, no. Kathleen says yes. Don says nope. Okay. Boone says yes. Okay. Dave, I want to know if you've done jury duty. Jillian says nope. Okay, let's see what else we got. Ann says no. All right. Betty says yes a couple of times. Wow. Christine says no. All right, let me see. YouTube. We'll look it up here. 29% say yes, 72% say no. Okay. Doris says I was picked for jury. They put us in a room for 2 hours, came back and told us the case was settled, and then released us. Dave probably would be the foreman. I agree with that. Dave is like hoax on YouTube. Every time I see this guy, I don't know, he's saying something funny. It reminds me of hoax. But the Facebook version of hoax. Okay. Jury duty, it's really, really interesting. I think people should try it. I understand if people can't. I totally get it because some people, like, who's going to be able to, like, take a hit making $10 a day? That I understand. But some people do it, and a lot of times the cases are short. You're not, like, on these, like, weeks long. My mother was the jury duty one time, and they sequestered them. I think they had to stay in a hotel or something. But I did jury duty, and it was this baseball player, James Leyritz, in Florida, Yankees baseball player. I think he was a former baseball player, and it was like a DUI accident. It was so interesting. I found it so interesting. Until I got to the end, I was kind of getting tired of it, and I'm like, when's this shit gonna be over type of thing? But for the most part, I thought it was interesting. You get up early every morning. You know, you have your breakfast before you go. You go take your lunch. You know, you walk outside of the courthouse and you go get some lunch or whatever. It was a month-long case, and then there was deliberations, and I became friends with those people. They would send me birthday cards sometimes, or Christmas cards, or Happy Thanksgiving. We literally exchanged it was like a moment in time for us. It was really nice. And at one point we gave up on the verdict. It's like we can't agree on this shit. At one point we gave up and we went out to the judge and we're like, hey, we can't come to a conclusion. And the judge was like, please go back and try again. And so we did, and we came to a conclusion. And I think we found him guilty of DUI, but not like, I don't think manslaughter. You see, James Layritz, it's so long, I don't barely remember it. Before my daughter was even born. James Layritz, DUI. It was a really sad case. Let's see. He was acquitted of DUI manslaughter. However, he was convicted of the misdemeanor charge, driving under the influence. Both of these people were drinking and driving. She had alcohol, he had alcohol. But what you can tell, like, this guy had really good lawyers. Getting a good lawyer, if you can do it and can afford it, it makes a difference. These people were questioning everything. They were questioning like the negligible amount of alcohol, I think, in vitamin water. Does vitamin water have negligible vitamin water alcohol amount? Like, they were trying to come up with all kinds of shit. These people were poking holes, reaching and poking holes. It says glacial vitamin water has 0 alcohol. Okay, there was something about like a negligible amount I saw somewhere. I don't remember. It was like such a small amount, but they're like, because of the 0.000 whatever, that's maybe why it got him over the limit. So they were doing everything. I was like, damn, these guys are good. Cicely says embezzlement case. Guy was my boss 5 years earlier. Wow. You're almost a juror, Cheeks? Cicely, witness. Mel, like the other jurors in the case I sat for too. I have to go for some air. Go for a little walk. All right, cool. Yeah. Yeah, I'm probably going to take a little break too and start a new stream. I'll be back in a little bit. It's so, if you have the time and you can do it, I recommend it. It might be, I don't know, it'd be really interesting. It'll be interesting. And it's, listen, all this online stuff too that happens, like all this, that shit is not in the trial. You know, like us with our opinion back and forth, blah, 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 like Googling, researching. It's not in the trial. It's a whole different thing. Let's see, Dave said, Mel, lawyers would ask, are you that Dave guy from Facebook? Jennifer says, I want to be sequestered, so someone has to cook for me. Oh my God. I don't know. I might want to be sequestered too. I didn't get sequestered. Because if you get sequestered, I guess they have to like pay for your hotel. I don't know if they pay for your food. Probably they pay for you're just chilling. Your family, you don't have to worry about your family. Those people calling you, blah, blah, blah. You do whatever you want. You're in a hotel. You're chilling. It's probably not the nicest hotel, but Doris says, Mel, I wouldn't want to be a witness. That's the only thing is that sometimes, I mean, those decisions you make has a really big impact on people's lives. You don't know if these people are going to come back one day and be like, you ruled on my family member and they want some payback or some shit. Like, who knows? Pig DNA from Proctor. I never understood how, where did that pig DNA come from? So I did jury duty that one time. And then there was one time recently that they requested me again for the second time. And I went, and like an hour or two into it, they let everybody go. They said they don't need us. I was like, oh, amazing. But it counted as doing my jury duty service. They say that like once you do it once, they're not really gonna mess with you again. Though they requested me again the second time. They're not really gonna, I don't know, keep requesting you over and over and over. But I think it gives a little bit of perspective to be actually there sitting in the courtroom. You know, everybody's looking at you. Everybody's the witnesses testifying, looking at you, the defendant looking at you, the judge, everybody's looking at you, and you're sitting there. What are you going to decide? What are you going to do? Ooh. Purple said, imagine having Hoax as a juror on your trial. It could be a good thing. That could potentially be a good thing. I don't know. Melissa said, hell yes, sequester me. Mama needs a vacation. Don't gotta cook for the kids, cleaned all shit in the house or whatever. No, I'm just in a hotel chilling, watching Netflix and movies. Don't tell me with a good time.
Mr. Lee,
Yeah, I love this drink.
Where you
Chance.
put my bag
I like
at?
when you like this, Daddy.
Yeah, where you put my bag
Daddy,
at,
I like
Mr.
when
Lee?
you
It's
when you
right here,
scrambling
it's
and
right
scraping for
here.
shit.
No, I got
I
notes
like
and
that.
shit. You know, I'll be practicing. I got
Yeah.
That was so weird. I like when you're scrambling and scraping, Daddy. Oh, I like when you scramble like that, yeah. What? I gotta make a thumbnail for today. I kind of didn't make a thumbnail. It's blank. It doesn't have the actual day. It's just a blank. So Disney and back says I sat on a murder trial when I was in high school for having one of the top highest grades in the government. It was a field trip. Interesting. No, Chris, I can't do that. Chris, you wilding out. Ruler Planet says here it's based on your voter registration. Been called a couple of times, but I wasn't living in those counties at the time. Those people were really nice to me. The jurors, they're really nice, and they sent me cards, and we even joked around while deliberating. You know what? We should wait. Let's wait. Let's figure it out after lunch. Let's order lunch. You can order whatever you want to. Let's figure it out after we eat. Witness protection. Oh man. So I'm gonna try. I'll see if it's in me. I think it's an hour long, and it's not the end of it. I think we should try to come back later after the trial, and if I can find the press conference, WFLA did it. I try not to really use their videos, but that press conference looked nuts. We have to come back and watch it later. Young Thug still on trial, bro. Day 91. Oh my God. Damn. This guy's still on the stand. Woody. Say a prayer for
Did
Woody.
those problems begin with you and Shelco?
I don't know.
In your interview in January 11, 2015 with Detective Thorpe, did you tell Detective Thorpe, when asked about when your problems began, say 2 months, 3 months, I'm going to say no longer than 4 months?
Probably did. I don't know.
What were the problems that you had with Shelco?
Wow. You're not getting nothing from this guy. He's not budging. You're like the
A
looks of his...
misunderstanding.
What was the misunderstanding?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you and him get into a fight at Club Crucial on the Monday before Donovan Thomas' death?
No.
You're saying you did not get into a fight with him that Monday?
I did not get into a fight with them. They put their hands on me.
Okay.
Shit.
What happened when they put their hands on you?
Oh, shit. Wait, kill somebody? Wait, don't worry about what happened to them. Wow.
Can you respond? What happened when they put their hands on you?
Wow.
They ran out the club.
Who is they?
I don't know.
Did you tell Detective Thorpe about what happened between you and Shell Kell the Monday before Donovan Thomas was killed?
I guess.
When you say you guess, do you know if you told him about what happened that Monday?
back then my mind was all over the place, and whatever he asked me, I was just trying to get him out my face.
All right. Okay. So we'll come back after after lunch. We'll come back after lunch. Perry, yeah, I think you should wait till later though. We can react to it together. We'll come back after lunch. I'm gonna take a little break, hang out with the baby, go eat. 1:45, I'll be back. If they start at 1:40, I'll start the stream earlier. But right now, I have it set for 1:45. And Facebook, I'll be right back. Take a little break, get something to eat, get some lunch. The hell? The TV started Netflix. Yo, I've been watching Your Honor on Netflix. I'm only like 2 episodes in, I think, or 3, 2 or 3 episodes. It's pretty interesting. It's this guy, a kid or teenager that's involved in a hit and run, and his father's a judge, and he hits this person, leaves them for dead, but the person that he hit is like in this gang mafia, like his family. It's another young person as well, but that young person is related to like this gang mafia people. So the gang mafia is like looking to find out who did it. So the judge starts like lying and covering for his son, but his son is like he's a loose cannon. He's showing up to the scene of the crime, taking pictures. Bro, go home. Shit, like damn. It's kind of interesting if you want to check it out. And then I still want to watch Baby Reindeer. All right, but I'll be back. I'll be back later because if I don't leave now, I'll never leave. Love you guys. Bye. See you in a bit.